Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Namaste, dosto. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 44th World Chess Olympiad, round 6 from Chennai, India. Another days ahead, a lot of exciting matches, and your host today will be Yasser Servan. I'm Artur Nekshans. We're Grandmasters. Will be your experts for today. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and good morning to you, Artur. As always, a pleasure to be in the booth, if you will, calling the action. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Excuse me, for joining us and sharing your day with us. I'll be monitoring your chat. Looking forward to all of your questions. Let's open the show, Arturs, if you will, with the format. Let's tell everybody what the Olympiad is all about.
Right, so this is an 11-round Swiss tournament. Why it's a Swiss, not a round robin? Very simple reason. There's about 200 teams in the open section and the women's section, so you need 11-round Swiss tournament for that. Every single player consists of 4 players. This is a team event. It's not a individual team event. 4 players, 1 reserve player ready to substitute somebody who is not doing well. And what really matters is the match result. You get 2 points for the victory, 1 for the draw, 0 for the loss. So, yeah, it's a team event. And about the time control, 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 minutes after 40 moves, and of course, plus 30 seconds for every single made move.
There you go. It's so simple. And what about our current standings? Sorry.
So here are the current standings. You see the teams from 6 to 10. Yeah, these are the pairings for today. You see that Team Israel, Germany. From the matchups, I'm not really sure which game we could follow. Definitely one of the hostess. I guess Indian teams are always fun to watch. Maybe jump into Israel, Germany. I guess we're going to see. So let's move on to the first 5 seeded teams here. Now you see that the top board here is India against Georgia.
Yeah, that's definitely a huge match whenever these two ladies teams get together. I almost feel like it's number 1 versus number 2, if you will. Got a very, very heavyweight match that we'll keep an eye on. And in the open section, what do you have for us in the open section?
So in the open section, here we see, again, India 3 is in top 10. Could be an interesting matchup. So for the moment, for the third Indian team, it's not going so well as for the second and first Indian team. We're going to talk about that in a moment. Team Netherlands, I see very interesting match against Georgia. I think for Germany, I saw Vincent Keimer. I think so.
Right, I agree.
On the list, right, he's back. So let's move on to the first 5. Here you see it's, again, Team India too, the superstar, the Maraja Gukesh today is playing against Gabriel Sargsyan. It's going to be a very interesting match. Also, first and second boards are Indian teams, so Indian teams are doing really well.
Indeed, and that Team India too, with their youth. Our producers have done a really beautiful profile of, well, the team that leads the competition alongside Armenia. Let's have a look at their profile.
India has the most teams in the Olympiad, including 3 very competitive teams in the open section. This gives the host country legitimate chances to win more than 1 medal. The wild card for these high expectations is the super talented but very inexperienced second team for India. Seated just outside the top 10, many consider this squad to be amongst the most entertaining in Chennai. Norway's Magnus Carlsen even suggested he's more wary of facing India's second team than going up against India's top-seeded squad. That's some high praise from the world champion. Just under 30, Bhaskaran Adiban is the team's veteran. He leads by example with his signature aggressive style. Looking up to Adiban are 4 teenagers, a collective of India's most talented young rising stars. Nihal Sarin, Damaraju Gukesh, Ramesh Babu Pragnananda, and Raunak Sadwani will each be making his Olympiad debut here at home. Legendary coach and team captain R.B. Ramesh will have his hands full trying to get the maximum potential out of a roster dominated by teens. Good enough to win a medal, the biggest question is if this team can hold up under the Olympiad spotlight and pressure. India shared gold at the 2020 Olympiad, which was held online. That said, it has been 8 years since the birthplace of chess took an Olympiad medal over the board. Although in the shadow of India's first team, India's juniors are unquestionably a key component to fulfilling the high expectations set by the host country and its fans.
That's really a lovely profile, and indeed, I agree with Magnus Carlsen that Indian second team is a dark horse, something to watch out for. One of my favorite teams, to be honest, in this Olympiad, and perhaps it's a good idea to check again how exactly did they get so far.
Yeah, the road to the top after their first 5 rounds. Look at that start. 3-4-0 results. I mean, wow, and very, very impressive. Then that Italy match where they won 3-1, that belies how good a result that match victory for India was on day 4, because Italy had just defeated a top-seeded Norwegian team, and Italy to dismantle Italy. And then yesterday, well, very big game once again. Spain is a huge squad, if you will, led by one Alexei Sherov, and it was Alexei losing on board 1 to Gukesh. That was the decider in that one, and that's why Team India 2 leads both in match points as well as board points, and Armenia has the same number of match points, but not as many board points. Today's round, if you will, Artur, for me, it's going to be a great clash on board 1, because it's going to feature this youth versus Armenian experience. And we'll see which side prevails.
Right, so this is the top board today. 2 leaders of the Olympiad are with the perfect score, 5 victories. That's Team India, second team against Armenia, which is still doing great without Levon. And it's great to see because, again, in Olympiad, always best play the teams with the greatest team spirit. Not always the starting roster is so important. It's really important how the team is, what kind of chemistry is inside, and Team Armenia is showing they can do it. So, like you said, yeah, it's going to be a very interesting clash of Gukesh against Sargsyan.
No question about it. And before we just get into the games, let's refresh and remind our audience of the pairings for this all-important round 6. And top pairings, let's start with the women's, if we can. Just let's say just the top 5 boards. I'm just more than curious how the women, and we know we already got a preview of that earlier, India versus Georgia.
Yeah, so India as well is doing the first team really good at the women's section. Conor Humpi is leading the charge. Everybody else is helping. So far they look set to score medals. And so again, ever strong teams like Ukraine, Poland, Georgia, Azerbaijan, they're doing really good. So not really surprising to see them so up. Actually, it's a bit surprising to see Romania on the second board, to be honest, but they've been doing well so far. Yesterday, they played a fantastic match, this crazy endgame, Koslinski against Bulmaga. It was quite something, wasn't it?
It sure was. Really, really fun to follow. And in the open section, just the top 5 boards, I'm more than curious as to where we stand. Look at that, Uzbekistan, India, again, that's India A or India 1 on board 2, US versus Iran. And again, talk about teams that could be very underrated. The Iranian team, imagine if they had Fallujah, for example, that would be something. And talk about outperformance, Cuba.
32 seeded, 32nd seeded, right? 32nd seeded, and they're playing so well in this tournament.
Yeah, give a little love for Havana there as they go up against Spain, and finally Poland versus Serbia. Serbia kind of sneaking in. We haven't kept an eye on them, and those are our top matchups. And today, dear audience, you, through the magic of the internet technology, are going to help lead us and take us to some of the key matchups that you want to see. And again, as the games get underway, forgive me, yesterday I didn't get in my 1 hour of Magnus. And I mean, I know Norway's not on the top 5 boards. We just saw that they weren't. But nonetheless, if I don't get my hour of Magnus, I'm very happy. He won so fast yesterday. I only got like 15 minutes.
All right. Yeah, definitely. We're going to focus a little bit more on Magnus today. I mean, usually we have to choose which teams to show, but of course we're going to try not to miss Magnus. Team Norway is not doing really so well because they have dropped some points, but I would still give them good chances to score the medals because to my experience, all that matters is what happens in the final about 3-4 rounds. If you manage to win like 3-4 matches in a row, you could just as well be at the top. So despite the fact that Team Norway has already lost, how many? They lost 1 match and the second one was drawn.
Right.
Everything is still ahead for them.
Yeah, they gave up 3 match points. That's huge. But like you say, you can hit a trampoline by winning the last 3 matches. That I kind of call those the championship rounds, if you will. You can hit the trampoline. And the reason why it's so effective is when you're hitting the trampoline, you're also knocking down your rivals. So you're right. I mean, they're not out of it yet, but boy, they're really making it a challenge. And do we have the game of Magnus?
Yeah, by the way, we can tune in. The game, there are not so many moves actually being played. So for the moment, there's not even much to talk about.
Exactly.
Here, Magnus is playing against, what is he doing there?
Of course, that's why I was trying to get you to move over to Magnus, because normally he does something a little bit off kilter, and you're kind of like, what?
Yeah, so do you know the name of this opening?
Of course not. I have
This is
no idea.
defense declined.
Sorry, say that again.
Nimzovich defense declined. That's what it is.
The Nimzovich defense
declined. Yeah, new word in your vocabulary. I mean, I'm surprised, but one thing I'm not surprised is that Magnus is very confident about his chances. Knight c6, first move. I would have to check when was the last time he played this in a very serious tournament especially against 2600 caliber player. But he's like going out, showing his muscles and saying that, listen, everything's going to be decided anyway. He wants to kill his opponent's preparation, I guess.
Well, he's definitely succeeded on that. Okay, but I'm a fool. Just tell me why like d4 isn't massively better for white.
Well, I think one thing is clear. d4 can't be a mistake, right? So I play d4, I grab the center, I'm very happy. So if I'm Anton here, first I raise my eyebrow. So what is this? And then I try to figure out what's the strongest move when d4 is on the board.
Okay, because I remember as a kid, somebody kind of waved a red flag in front of me. And instead of the move knight f6, which was played in the game, my opponent played against me bishop g4. Think high school, okay, scholastics kind of thing. And I went d5. They went, and my opponent went knight e5. I took it on e5, thinking I was a genius. He's hit my queen. I went bishop check. Yes, they pushed it with the pawn, and I didn't take with the pawn. I took with the knight. And I think that was actually a bad move because queen b6, and my brilliancy went up in smoke. like what? Like I just lost my queen, and like, oh no! So I fell for some cheapo tactic. I was victimized by this. I saw what I thought was a clear win with knight takes c6.
But d takes on c6 looks crushing, right?
And even that's not 100% clear, is it? Or maybe it is.
I think so. I mean, how do you escape this check? I mean, maybe it's not very relevant, really.
Well, because it's queen a5 check. It's crazy line. I mean, people actually look at this stuff and they castle long.
Oh my goodness.
And it's like, you know, who prepares this nonsense?
It's not very clear now. Okay. Okay,
That's what I mean. It's a completely nonsensical variation, and it's a tricky, trappy kind of stuff. But I don't know. People have fun with it. What can I tell you? But this was not played. Magnus, our world champion, shows us the way.
This is the way. This is the way Magnus says. So he plays here. One of the ideas why he allows this knight c6 and d6. Sometimes he's provoking d5, which is one of the common ideas in the offensive. For example, here after d5, it's not necessarily knight e5. That's the trick. Sometimes you play knight b8, knight e7, or c6, and then white center has a risk to be overstretched. And Magnus has played something like this before, but in a combination of knight c6, d6, I don't really remember. Maybe.
I'm not sure either, but knight f6, I guess, knight c3, and then black more or less is going to play a Philidor where maybe the knight on c6 is prematurely committed. In the Philidor, it has the flexibility of going to the d7 square. In this case, well, on move one, Magnus committed his knight to c6.
Right.
You're pointing out a possibility of transposing into a perk defense with g7, g6. In any case, I think the move bishop g4 is probably just wrong. It's a wrong idea for black. You don't really want to take that knight because bishop takes f3, g takes f3, kind of reinforces the center, as you just pointed out there nicely, Arturs. Thanks for that. But the other problem is that after a move like d5, knight e5, knight takes e5, one of these days that is going to work.
Right.
You know, and then you're going to be very unhappy that knight takes e4, bishop takes d1 will work for white.
Yeah, this is of course very risky choice for black, but then again, Magnus gets two knights. Maybe if he can maneuver somehow his position in, let's say, d5 here, knight e7, get control of the dark squares, maybe, but you know, it feels a bit suspicious to me.
Yeah, that's a beautiful word, suspicious.
Suspicious.
Okay, now that I got in some early feelings for Magnus today and what kind of mood he's in, now I feel a lot better. Take us to the top boards.
Let's go to the top board, which is the Mraju Gukesh playing as Gabriel Sargsyan. Right, appears to be theoretical stuff with bishop b4. One thing I want to mention here is that this is highly popular line with bishop b4, pinning the knight on c3. Queen a4 check has become quite trendy, and the big idea is that white provokes the knight on c6. So the idea is not to win the bishop. So you see this is a check, queen a4 check, knight c6 is necessary, otherwise the bishop is lost. And white's idea is usually play moves like queen c2, at some point go back, bishop d2, and not always the knight on c6 stands well, because you want to play somehow queen e7, take on c4, push e5, and the knight on c6 for this occasion is sometimes awkward.
Yes, exactly. So even though it's a loss of tempo, as you're pointing out, queen a4 check, and then the queen comes back to c2, the idea of inducing the knight to c6 means that black doesn't get that c7, c5 break against the center as he would like. And so he has to switch plans to e6, e5, and sometimes that's awkward as well. I'm being told, yes, sir, Fabi is playing a Najdorf with an English attack. Well, okay, we're going to get to Team USA in a short while. Let's just quickly go down the remaining games in the India-Armenia matchup, just so that we can get a flavor of what's happening. Arturs, what's happening?
Yeah, so for the continuity, let's continue with the second board. Krant Melkomyan is playing against Nikhil Sarin. Yesterday, Melkomyan was the hero for the Armenian team. They beat England, if I remember correctly, and now And now this, what is this opening? Very quickly, let me go through. I don't immediately recognize.
Me either. Yeah.
Some
So
Tara
kind of
structures with early take on f6. Wow.
okay. Not common.
Not very common. I mean, not very
No.
common, because one of the common themes in the Tarash is at some point take on c5. So the question is when. For example, g3, knight c6, bishop g2, here take on c5, short castle, and white makes the expression like your pawn on d5 is a weakness, and black says, I've got a very healthy development for that, right?
Right. Exactly.
So it's not really so simple. And now this is something else. White immediately makes a counter-strike in the center.
I'm not familiar with this line at all. So that's why I didn't recognize the pattern. So take on e4, knight takes e4, queen f4, bishop check.
All of this makes perfect sense. I'm pretty sure this is still opening preparation. Queen e2.
Absolutely. And now the move bishop e7. So black has the two bishops, but he's kind of worried that his king might get stuck in the center after some move, like, for example, knight e4 to g5, played bishop e7, and I'm assuming castles, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, knight takes c5 is one of those positions where black has sufficient compensation.
Yeah,
you see that move, queen.
Yeah, there could be some problems.
Are skewered, yeah. Oops.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to properly immediately play it out, because here at some point, white might want to take on c5. For example, if you do that right away, knight c5 takes, you always need to account for queen b4, right? And the king is still here.
Right.
So that's the point that I guess white should castle makes sense. And before castling short, I'm wondering, maybe this is also a move after c takes on d4, which allows white to take on d4, and now I could maybe even castle short. But probably it's risky, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Yeah, not very good. Not very good. Yeah, this is a good knight on e4. I agree.
The pawn structure suddenly got split. Yeah. Okay. And let's go to board 3, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let me pull it up. So the board number 3 for the second Indian team is Adiban.
Adiban is as which color, sorry?
As white.
White.
So Magnus Carlsen, already one of the most experienced players in the Indian team, almost 30. He's playing against Samuel Tersakakian. And you know, Yasser, I can only speculate. I don't know how exactly was Team India lineups chosen, because I felt that the second team is essentially a junior team, the talent team. And Adiban, of course, is still young, but I was a bit surprised not to see Eric Geis in the list, because everybody's like Gukesh, he's 16, Prague, he's 17, Raunak Sadwani, he's about the same age, right? And I felt that also Eric Geis would fit there, but I have a feeling that Adiban is like included as a mentor, like a more experienced guy. This is somebody you can always rely to. So probably they definitely spent a lot of time to figure out the perfect lineup for the team India.
Yeah, indeed. As we saw in the profile that was made about the India 2 or B team, if you will, Adiban at 30 years old is, as you said, experienced. He's been playing for Team India very successfully too on the A team. So now he's demoted with this squad of, teenagers out of control. Like, why are you doing this to me, you All India Chess Federation? We need you to calm them down, to be the voice of experience, and wake them up and make sure that they get to the boards on time. What, I'm a babysitter now? Yes. Oh, okay. Just wanted just checking. So, but on the other hand, I think in his heart of hearts, Adiban's kind of secretly kind of happy, right? Because he's getting an opportunity to embarrass, shame the Team India won, right? He said, "Hey guys, you guys made a mistake. You put me on the danger squad over here. I'm going to outperform the first team for India." that will bring a smile to his face. We all
Right.
love challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they definitely felt that they need one of the experienced players in the field, and Adiban might just as well be that guy.
Right.
Looking at the position, this is a very interesting setup, which has become throughout popular. Yeah, this stuff is popular. Don't ask me why. I really never really understood it. Why exactly this order of the move is so necessary? Imprisoning the bishop on d2, but obviously White's idea is either to play f3 e4 or f3 g4 after castling short.
Yeah, the move rook c1 isn't the way, let's say, Wesley So, who's really kind of been a pioneer, more than many people on the white side of this. Wesley So has played queen c2, and oftentimes he keeps that option of castling long in his pocket so that, he can play, just as you pointed out, f3 g4, followed by g5. In such a case, you'd rather have your king on the king side. Now, if black does something like radical, like knight a6, in order to play knight b4 and to play pawn to c5, if you play after queen c2, knight a6, white can say, hey, well, that was what I was waiting for. Bishop takes a6, and now I'm going to castle short.
You have a bunch of weakness at the queen side.
Exactly. You won the two bishops, but look at all those queenside pawns weaknesses that you created. Not so good. This bishop on d2 is still, for me, a kind of a curiosity. I don't really know what to make of this bishop on d2. I look at that bishop on d2 and I just kind of shake my head in a kind of a sadness and say, why aren't you on g5? But people like it there. As you say, they oftentimes play f3 e4, and then the bishop does peek out. But it's a strange square for me to put the bishop on d2.
Anyway, rook c1 was played.
Yep.
Whatever is the reasoning for the Barn, I'm not really sure. Most likely short castle is going to follow. One thing I would like to pay a little attention before we move on to the next game is this last move, bishop f8. And bishop f8 has become, again, quite a typical retreat move because black is ready to waste the move. But the big idea is that black is waiting for white to play f3. For example, let's say, let me make some random moves like short castle, let's say, whatever, I don't know, g6 and f3.
Okay.
And now, usually when white includes this f3, this very committal move to play either e4 or g4, try to claim some space, black responds with c5. Okay, maybe g6 is not the best move, but you start to see the idea. And now after the capture, suddenly the pawn on e3 is a weakness.
Exactly.
So that's why this bishop f8 is necessary, because if you start it by, let's say, again, let me include some random moves like h6, h6, and I play this f3, then after c5, you start to feel that this bishop here on b4 is not very good, and it gives white some access, moves to a3. So bishop f8 is necessary for the plan.
Yeah, if you want to, if you're convinced that you're going to be playing for c5, completely different approach, and one that I actually prefer for black is this approach of playing, I want to play c6, knight b8, d7. I always like that approach. And the bishop would go back to d6. So it's a question of style, maybe even temperament, what kind of position you'd like to achieve. And I agree with you that white can grab the space. f3, knight f8, g4, knight g6, knight g3. And but you've also made, how do you say, some concessions that by the way, that's still your king on g1, and you're lifting your kimono, your pawn shield. If things go wrong, they can go very wrong quickly for white. We'll keep an eye on this, and our fourth and final game in Team India versus Armenia. Whoa, we went from an awkward opening to
Don't tell me this is improvisation. Don't tell me this is improvisation. This is definitely opening trap.
Instant ending. What just happened here? I mean, we went whoop, zip, 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 zip. It was fast. Oh, the Berlin ending.
Okay.
Yeah. And everybody showed their homework.
Okay, so if you play something like c5 and knight e4, which is, I don't think one of the most common plans, then definitely
No.
this is a prep.
Oh, for sure. A5, all of this stuff came super fast, I must say. Knight d6.
Knight d6, target the
You
pawn
don't,
on f7. Seems you
don't,
have to take it.
you don't want to live with that knight on your doorstep, no? And
Right.
we are here. And shall we continue the line? Bishop takes g7.
I see a pawn, I take a pawn, right? It should be fairly simple, but there's also
That's a
something
rule.
hanging.
That's a rule. Bishop takes h6. Yeah.
And I take on h3.
And I go rook f2, I suppose, to defend the pawn.
Maybe this is somehow liquidating. I don't know. Liquidating into a draw. I have no idea exactly how.
By the way, I'd like to take my move back because you do have to move bishop g4. So I have to ask myself why I gave you the tempo. I should go rook to David 2, rook to d2. Now
Right.
you can take on b3 and play bishop e6. And like you say, maybe the engines have all worked it out to a draw and everybody's happy. But wow, what an in-depth preparation.
Yeah,
I mean,
welcome to the World Chess Olympiad. What can I
exactly.
say? So, I mean, at the
Wow.
World Chess Olympiad, this is incredibly, the level of the preparation clearly goes much deeper than the average standard tournaments, right? I've been
For
there.
sure.
I remember still well, Baku Olympia 2016.
Yeah.
We're playing against Team Latvia, was playing Team Azerbaijan. We spent the entire evening preparing. Our captain, team coach, was preparing the lines during the night. In the morning, he gave a thumbs up. You can play it. And we just blitzed out the opening preparations up like first 25 moves. I mean,
Wow.
it's not even fun. I mean, it's like a mathematical equation, right?
Exactly.
Very, very deep prep sometimes.
Mhm.
So welcome to the best chess.
Exactly. So we were playing USA versus Azerbaijan, and it was a world team in China. And I had retired already, for 9 years. And they said, okay, we have this coach. His name is Benjamin Feingold, Grandmaster Feingold. He's going to work with you, Yasser, because you're hopeless in the openings. Oh, okay. Come on, Ben. So Ben would come to my room at 10 in the morning. Then we would walk for like 2 hours. And in those days, Shaq was playing the Grunfeld defense. And the Grunfeld is one of those openings which is really kind of nice for the player on the white side because you've got this wide choice and you can prepare whatever you're going to prepare. Knight c3, knight f3, bishop g5, and knight c3 takes on d5, e4, bishop c4. You can prepare it very, very nicely. So we paired some very long topical line of the Grunfeld for, like you said, 25 moves. I was like, okay, Ben, you did a great job. Thank you very much. I'm going to go have lunch now. I come to the board. And I went d4, and Shaq played c5.
Boom.
So without thinking too much, I played d5, and he goes f5. So I'm thinking to myself, this isn't the Grunfeld. I don't even know what this is. I mean, is it the Dutch? Is it the Benoni?
Right.
I don't know what it is, but it's really nice what you just described, getting in 25 moves of preparation, boom, 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 is like a mathematical thing. Then it's another thing to prepare. Great preparation. I'm out prepared.
This is exactly what
happened.
This is exactly what happened in today's Carlsen's game against Anton Smirnov. Second move, boom, knight c6, d6, completely out of the prep already. Right, let's move on. Second board of the teams. First team of India is playing against Uzbekistan, sensational Uzbekistan, who is doing really well in the tournament.
Yes, they are.
The leader of the team is Nodirbek Abdusatorov, who beat nobody else but Fabiano Caruana himself with the black collar. And
exactly.
Abdusatorov is one of the few players together with Domraj Gukesh, who have 5 points out of 5. So eventually,
Wow.
this clash between them, the super talents, they're going to fight it against between each other. They did it a couple of weeks ago in Biel. So we might see either tomorrow or day after that. Oh, sorry, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's a rest day. But
Yes.
round 7, 8, we might see a very interesting rematch.
Absolutely. And by the way, I've been seeing so many of these Joko pianos, and whether, black plays a6 or a5 or bishop b6 or bishop a7. And I'm looking at this position. It's been a long while, maybe since my, again, high school days, that I've seen queen b3 in a modern Joko piano with top players. And wow, what to say about that move? Just cold-bloodedly hitting the f7 pawn.
Mm-hmm. And I've noticed one thing that recently Norderbeck really likes the Italian structures. He's sometimes played knight c3, bishop e3, aiming for a pure positional game, not always giving some advantage. Here, bishop g5, this is a different idea. Voluntarily creating a pin.
Right.
a5, welcome to the modern chess, fighting for
I
this
know.
advantage.
Exactly.
Very interesting stuff. G5. Yeah, one thing about G5 is that usually if black wants to play G5, probably the safest way to do it is before castling. Because if you castle knight e2 and you find the wrong moment to play G5, you might be up for a surprise.
Exactly. These piece
This could be
sacrifices, yeah, they're very awkward. And even with the help of a chess engine, sitting on a practical game with your clock ticking, it's just a grandmasters hate being in these types of pins.
Right. So that's why G5 happened before and after. Bishop G3, knight E7 here. Hare Krishna's idea is to play knight G6, maybe expand at the king side. Now after queen B3, I think what Norderbeck wants to do here is persuade black to castle short so that the king side that's solved doesn't look so scary anymore.
Exactly. Once you've got your rook on f8, as opposed to, let's say, rook to g8, where you could go h5 and h4 and g4 and get the things going. Once you've castled the rook on f8, but on the other hand, this queen on b3 and the bishop on queen on b3, bishop on c4 make a strange impression. So great, you forced me to castle short, I beg your pardon. So I castle short. I'm still going to play knight g6. And why is the queen on b3? You forced me to make a move. Maybe I want to play castles anyway.
Right. No, that's a good point, right? Because you look at this position, where exactly this king is going to go. Long castle looks quite unlikely, having a5 already included.
Exactly.
All right. So whatever the reasoning, queen b3 was played. I guess we move to the second board, which is first team of India playing against Norderbeck Yakuboev. Yesterday we could talk about maybe for a moment, how does it feel, for example, the first India? I mean, there's obviously some kind of a rivalry, I imagine.
No question.
First team, second team, and suddenly the second team is leading the tournament. What kind of message it gives for the first team? It's like we have to overtake them, or are they just happy for their younger team, or what's the psychology here?
Well, first of all, again, I mean, it feels to us, Arturs, I mean, we've been calling the action and there's been plenty of action. It feels to us like this tournament has been going on for quite some time. In truth, it's still early days. The championship rounds are still distant, 11, 10, 9. So seeing the early upsets, or, who's playing on board one, we just mentioned that Serbia kind of came out of nowhere. Team Cuba is doing well. It's like, eventually, once we get to the championship rounds, we'll know we'll see the quality teams at the end of the competition. So for me, it's still early days, and it's very nice to look down and see, your team, your B team sitting there on top boards is sort of like, yay, really good. What's going to be interesting, though, Arturs, what a day that's going to be, is when the Indian teams start matching up with each other. Then you start talking about rivalries and clashes, and like, no. Now we play for blood. So early days, still too much ahead of us to really drill down and say this is shocking or something of that nature. What do you have in this game? What's going on here?
Some sort of a King's Indian. Maybe let's not play out the entire opening. Just one
Sure.
thing I would like to pay attention to. Yasser, what like some old schoolers would say about bishop takes on c3?
David Bronstein might appreciate it, but he'd be like one of the very, very few to say, did you consider bishop takes c3? Because he was the root of all evil. No, nobody my generation is playing bishop takes c3. It's sort of like, okay, we're going to send that guy back to school.
This is highly provocative, right? I mean,
Right?
bishop takes c3, this is simply purely anti-positional because it weakens the king, weakens the dark squares, and I think that Yakoboyev is so convinced in his capabilities that he is literally taunting the opponent to attack. He wants to play queen e7, f6, knight c5, maybe protect the pawn on d6 with the idea that those weaknesses in the long term, they're going to show.
Okay, but there is a big fat pawn sitting on the d6 square, which is very easy to attack. This backward pawn on d6. Shall we just say that White's intentions of rook d2 and rook d1 could be easily telegraphed? Also, in combination with bishop f4 and the knight on c2 is maybe a bad piece. I could definitely
I can easily imagine that Black's plan is something like, I'm not sure the order the most, let's say knight e5, rook d1, whatever, rook d8, let's say bishop f4, f6, knight e3, knight c5, and maybe somehow put the knight on e6.
Exactly.
You know, but still, I like White. I definitely choose White here.
And in this case, by the way, you do have the very nice square knight f7. I think earlier in this variation you were showing, White had an opportunity to play f3, f4, and just kicking the knight back to that nasty square d7, and there would have been an issue there. So you have to get it right. That you got to your move order is black. But I understand what you're saying, that you'd like to see the pawn on f6, the knight on e5, the knight on f7 as a way of protecting the pawn. Double-edged strategic decision going on here.
Yeah, very interesting game. We don't want to miss it. Board number 3 is Javokir Sindarf against Arjun Rigaisi. This is Karakan, I think.
Yes, looks like
I recognize even the position. Yeah, knight f6 has become super popular lately. This is quite interesting how the theory moves on, because if you would look back something like 10 years back in the history, knight f6 was always sort of neglected. It's like, okay, I mean, black is always slightly worse, right? You just take an f6,
so solid.
pawns.
Yeah, it was so solid. I dabbled in it. The line I liked much more was the Bronstein Bet Larsen variation with g7 takes f6. And I won some very, very nice games on the black side of that one. But again, talk about strategically risky. That's much, much more dangerous. And I remember, though, it was actually quite funny. I was playing Boris Spassky, and I played g7 takes f6. And this was actually a very funny moment. Yes. Boris played, what do you think of the move c2, c3 here?
This is what I play myself, yeah.
Okay, good, because that's what Boris played. And I played the queen, I played queen d5, and I thought I was better. Just better.
Like you're an optimist, Yasser. What can I
say? Yeah. Well, I'm playing a Scandinavian, if you think about it, with my queen on d5. And Boris played knight e2. I'm not sure if that was a good move. I played e5. And
e5?
Edgar 5, sorry, Echo 5. Yeah.
Echo
I
5.
played Echo 5. And then my next moves were Bishop E6, Knight D7. And that was just better. He was very, very fortunate to make a draw. But I always thought that that was very funny that I played the move Queen D5 like it in the Scandinavian. And I was better after like 6 moves with black.
Wow.
Yeah,
Against
it was
Basket.
against Spassky. Yeah, who at the time, I mean, Boris Spassky at that time, but seriously, not a joke. I mean, he's playing in these world championship candidates, and he just lost to Viktor Korchnoi. So he was really, really a top guy. To get an advantage with black in 6 moves was pretty funny. Anyway, this variation I've also played against Robert Byrne, Grandmaster Robert Byrne is black. And I made an easy draw also with white. Now this move, Knight A6, that's not a move that I would highly recommend.
I mean, black, I guess, is not very afraid of bishop takes on a6 because his idea is that after c5, bishop b7, rook b8, black has 2 bishops.
Mm-hmm.
And I recognize knight a6 as one of the core ideas. I think it was here, take it, c3. And there was this wonderful video series, Alexander Ryazantsev was recommending to learn Karakhan easy way on YouTube. And he was recommending some early knight a6. And very interesting move, by the way. Knight a6, knight c7, knight e5. So I think it's just the idea. The idea is that if white is not going to take on a6, knight b4 now is an issue. After c3, knight c7, black wants to put the knight on d5 and secure the outpost by b5.
Yeah, no question about that. You can get to d5 without risking bishop takes a6. Often you
That's
go
a good point,
knight to d7 to b6 to d5. The problem for me is, yeah, I'll take that knight on a6, bishop takes a6, b takes a6, knight e2, and even if you were to successfully get in the move c5, I think you're going to suffer a long term. So, for example, go ahead, play bishop b7 if you want, or c5, whatever move that it is that you would like to do. Yeah, c5, bishop to f4. I want to deny the 2 bishops. So I think my overall writing point that I really want to make is that you've got this beautiful majority on the king side, but it's 4 versus 3 and the pawns are doubled. Whereas I think that it's very easy for white to sit there and say, okay, but look at the queen side. As soon as I win the pawn on d4, I'm going to have a passer, pass c pawn. So in any case, the move knight a6, I'm going to call it really risky, double-edged.
Okay, I agree. It's interesting. It's double-edged. Let's move on to the fourth board.
Yes.
Of first Indian team is Krishnan Sashkaran is playing against Shamsuddin Vakhidov. This looks like Moscow oration with Ante Naidorf with bishop b5 and c4. Very quickly to show you, bishop a4. This is really becoming trendy against knight e7. I've played it myself several times. I do believe this is the best move. Short castle. Long story short, you're gonna take on e4, right? It's super risky.
Right.
This is theory. You're gonna do that. So e6 is the most precise move. I'm not playing a6. Again, there's a long discussion why, but let's just stick to this. And white just is trying to build up some sort of Formotsy bind.
Yeah, and again, I played the hedgehog my whole life as black. If I got in the moves b6 and bishop b7 here, I would ask, what is your bishop doing on a4? Usually in the hedgehog, it's sitting nicely. I don't care on the e2 or d3 squares. And in the hedgehog, you don't lose the tempo to play d3, d4. You just play d4 right away. So if it's, to my eyes, I am very, very happy as black here. Again, I'm thinking b6, bishop b7, knight e5. What's my problem?
Yeah, probably none. I mean, it just
looks exactly.
I think white also might try to treat the position as some sort of an English opening, a3, b4, etc. Yeah, really interesting. What do you
Okay.
think, Yasser? We move on to United States.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, we got a war. There's something crazy going on. Before we switch to the United States, board 3, Quezada Perez, Luis against Santos Latasa is something crazy. Before we move on to United States, let's check it out. What is this craziness?
Let's do it. There's a bishop on h1. Sometimes I have to orient myself like, oh my gosh, white is just checkmating. What's crazy about this? But it's not a rook on h1, it's a bishop.
How did this happen? Just a second, I'm curious. White is down a piece for a pawn. He can take on g5.
With a hakasito, yeah.
Yeah, let's check very quickly. h4, there you go. There goes White's ambition. Boom, knight g5.
Right, this reminds me of a blitz game I once played with Timur Radjabov ages and ages ago, but okay. Takes on g5, takes on g5, bishop takes g5. And it's just a sacrifice. I think it's a shock kind of a sacrifice, right? Because you're just, as black, you're not expecting, your king's not even on g8 yet, right? So,
right.
Like, how could you be sacrificing a piece when I might play d6 and king d7? So it's a kind of a shock.
This is a shock, because let's say if after I would include something like rook b1, short castle, now h4, h6, h5, g5, I would definitely consider this, because this looks quite something, right? I can play h5, h6. The king is here. That's a bonus.
Right.
But without king there, I think that's quite shocking to me.
For sure. Very, 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 very surprising. Now, in this position, I'm not a big fan of this move f6, by the way. Okay, it's quite clear it's quite clear that white wants to go at h6 and kind of disturb, and maybe on a great day, bishop takes c3, and then white could go bishop f6. It's all nice and good. But I would be thinking rook g8 for black, with the idea of, first of all, bishop takes c3 check and rook takes g5, but also just kind of making the square h8 available for the bishop in case we see a move like queen d2, h6.
It's a knight e4.
Oh, knight e4, sorry. Knight e4. Oh. Knight e4.
Quite surprising resource. I mean, I just tried to guess, why not rook g8? Knight e4 is something which came to my mind. It makes perfect sense, actually. And I guess bishop b2 is bad.
Yes. Why?
For some reason. Maybe even because of knight f6.
Oh, knight f6.
Pawn is unstoppable.
Not even knight d6, but knight f6. Interesting.
Yeah, knight d6, by the way, also is a move.
Could I move my king in that position? Knight f6 check, king. I'm welcome to take the rook if you like, but okay, rook g7. This is such an unusual position for me. I'm having a hard time trying to figure it out. Yeah,
super unusual. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it's 96. I don't know. Both of them look good.
What happened in the game? Because what happened in the game also looks very confusing.
F6. I guess the idea is to push away the bishop and then play bishop h6. So actually it makes sense, right? If you go away with the bishop somewhere, I can always play something like bishop h6 and the h pawn is blocked. So the logic is quite sound.
Except in that case, first of all, once again, white has two pawns. And in that variation where you went bishop h6, I could play bishop takes c5. And in that case, I would have three pawns, right?
I mean here, right? After f6, bishop e3. Right.
f6, bishop e3, bishop h6. Bishop takes c5. Well, that's three pawns. And okay, I don't know. All right, let's see what happens. Sorry,
right.
I'm getting off.
Right. So this is how they got here. So black is sacrificing the pawn on g5. Clearly, he needs to finish development. I guess knight g6 is risky due to some knight e4 ideas, or maybe bishop e4 ideas. Long castle, rook h1, queen h6 ideas. Looks extremely interesting. Maybe f4 add on top of it. Right. So d5 is blocking the e4 square for the bishop, for the knight, and also queen g5, knight g6. Black says, if you want it, we can trade the queens. I'm ready to give you the third pawn, but at least you let me live.
Yeah, the attack will have been beaten back, but I don't know. I mean, those are 3 connected pass pawns, king side center. Interesting, interesting. But I guess after the move d5, like you say, black would welcome the chance to trade queens. I'm assuming we're going to see, as you say, castles and slide the rook over to the h1 square as soon as you can.
Yeah, so now white has actually quite a choice. Not really sure what's going to happen here. If I'm sitting here with white, I would definitely consider queen g5, queen d8,
Exactly.
take the third pawn. I'm quite happy with the position, as you said. Looks pretty good. But then again, maybe Luis is in the artistic mode, and he really, really wants to finish this game on a very highly emotional note, and continuing the attack would be quite interesting.
Yeah, well, again, castles looks fun, and it just kind of asks the question to black: what are you going to do for your next move? Castles, if you will, Arturs, just for a moment.
Right.
Questioning, giving black the move and saying, I don't know if bishop takes d5, rook h1 is a threat or not. Checkmate is checkmate after all. But I just want to see black's next turn.
Well,
not that easy. It's not
that easy. I'm not gonna argue. I think you're completely right, because after queen h8, you still have queen g5. Then you take this third pawn anyway, and you keep the attack. That's a good point.
Exactly. Interesting. All right. Well, this we'll definitely keep an eye on that match. If we could take a look at, say, Team USA.
Team USA, here we come. And we got the word in the chat that Fabi had very deep prep. Yeah, by the way, dear viewers, thank you again for your kind comments. From time to time, we didn't have a peek in what you have to say there, and some of the most interesting, most valuable insights you have, we could post it on the featured chat. And also, if you spot something interesting, occasionally we might jump into a certain match which we did not cover if nothing really burning is going on right now. Okay, what is this position?
It looks like a Najdorf, bishop e3. Want to say that's an English attack against the Najdorf, but yeah, the prep is these days. The prep is so intense.
This is quite known theory. I mean, so far I know it. Yeah, knight a5, knight c6, knight e7, queen a5, rook. All of this is standard. I'm not really sure where the deviation happened. Rook g1, rook c8, king b1 looks normal to me.
Okay, if you say so.
And queen h4. Well, the bar doesn't like this move at all. Well, it looks a bit odd, to be honest, putting the queen so far away.
It does feel a little strange, and it really just...
What's the idea of this move anyway? I mean, to play knight. He could have done it right away.
I can only imagine, the queen standing in front of the f7 pawn. Did you want to play f5? I don't even know if I want it. If I had the ability to play f5, I'm not 100% sure I would want to do that. But on the other hand, black has doubled his rooks against the c2 pawn purposefully. Maybe he really does want to play bishop to f5 and try to blast open that diagonal. Queen h4. And
Fabi's thinking, Yasser, I very nicely remember, I think it was Fabi who said it during the candidates or one of the previous super tournaments, is that one thing about the preparation is that obviously you try to prepare everything as deeply as possible. And then you play something that your opponent doesn't know. And then you get conflicted feelings. First feeling is that, okay, I managed to surprise my opponent. But then there's the second feeling, because this move was not noticed by your opponent, it's probably very bad.
Right.
So I think queen h4, Fabi is looking at this. Wait, there is no queen h4 here. There's no queen h4. Why this move is bad?
Yeah, it's not on my list of moves. I remember also going back to this World Team Championship where I had retired at 6 years retired, and I was playing against Ilya Smirin. In Ilya, you could always count on Ilya as white to play one e4 and go in the sharpest lines. And in those days, it was a Caro-Kann advanced variation with e5. And I was planning a counter c5, and there's all of these pawn sacrifices for white. And I, along with Ben Feingold, once again, we had done some really fantastic preparation for Ilya. I was like, okay, I got this. Let me at him. So we go bang, 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 bang. We come to this incredibly complicated position without hesitation, boom, comes this pawn sacrifice by Ilya that wasn't in my preparation. What can you imagine? Wasn't in my preparation. Like, oh no, he's got the supercomputer and I got a lousy computer. So I spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out how I could avoid winning the pawn. And I found one, and it got me into a slightly worse rook and pawn game. It was 3 versus 2, and I could make a draw. So I escaped this pawn sacrifice. So I was so very proud of myself that I didn't get killed by this brilliant pawn sacrifice by Ilya. And I asked him after the game, what would have happened if I had taken the pawn? And he says, well, sorry, Yasser, I made a finger failure. It was a blunder. I was so scared of this pawn sacrifice, I refused it. But he had mixed up his own preparation and was planning a future pawn sacrifice. He
Well,
played
talk
the wrong
about
move
confidence,
first.
right? I mean, the way you execute your moves is very, very important.
Agreed. You have to convey this message to your opponent like it's all
Because
part of the master plan.
psychology obviously plays a huge role in chess, and if you make this move and you're not looking very confident, you look nervous, and your opponent is like a predator. He feels something is wrong, like sniff it. I mean, something is there. And you just play it very quickly. You're super confident. Take a cup of coffee. I mean, nobody's gonna even suspect that was a mouse slip.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's exactly what happened, and I kind of like, I was like, okay, I just have to register that for the next time, because unfortunately, the preparations are so deep that sometimes you don't recall accurately. And the move Queen H4 that Fabi is currently facing, he's saying, wait a minute, that's not on my list. Like, did my opponent A, mouse slip, or B, really work harder than I did on the position. Now, if you don't mind, just talk about this position for a second,
Yeah.
Arturs.
And dear chat says B4 is the best move here. Well, I can promise you one thing: Fabi is never ever gonna play it.
B2, B4.
Yeah. Does this look natural to you?
Only because I'm a pawn grubber, Artur. I would love to play the move bishop takes A6.
Unless, indeed, the idea is to play bishop A6 and B5. All right. Then it's something. Maybe it's not as ridiculous as it looks.
Exactly. And it does look ridiculous. Let's be very, very clear. The move B4 is not what you would call a natural move. But if you did want to play bishop takes A6, and you did want to meet rook A8 with the move B4, B5, well, that's why you would play the move B4. Now, it was funny because I didn't look at the move B4 so much as I was looking at the move C4. I was thinking of the move C2, C4 with the idea of just, closing down, shutting down the action, and any bishop takes C4, I was willing to make a trade, and I was thinking that this pawn on D6 after queen takes A6 was a little weak. And I thought, well, white might be for choice here, but I don't know the theory of this line, so I needed guidance. And Artur,
let's talk about like this. If it even comes to Fabi's attention, I mean, because it's very easy not even to think about that. I mean, you look at position, you think about, okay, I cannot. Obviously, he played rook f to d2, big surprise there. So I'm looking at some human moves, right? My mind, I would say this is Fabi's mindset. Is bishop a6? Okay, I mean, rook a8 is not very good. Okay, the pawn on a6 not going anywhere. So he has a weakness on d6, he has a weakness on a6, I could play b3, I could play c4, let me make some kind of a normal move. So he plays rook d2, and then after the game, maybe you say to Fabi, listen, Fabi, why do you play b4, right? I mean, b4,
Right.
okay. This is so weird move.
It is, and again, not the first move that comes into mind. For me, this is a very normal human move. This move, rook to d2, you know, that's a backward pawn on the d file. You know, you double your rooks and you take it. I mean, as Ruben Fine would say, it's natural as a baby smile.
Right.
b4, yeah, if I was very, very well prepped, I do it hesitatingly. And that's only after being very, very well prepped. What other games are going on in the...
Let's move to the second board.
Please.
Levon Aronian is playing with black against Tabata Bay. It's quite interesting that today is another rest day for Samuel.
Sam Shanklin, yeah.
Right, so he's not playing a second game in a row. I find it be interesting. I guess the team captain feels that this lineup right now is doing well. Obviously, Dominguez is doing really good so far. There's no need to trade him.
Exactly.
Another important match.
Again, we don't really know too much of, hopefully everybody's healthy, but in fact, for me, the role of the reserve player has always been, you know, if somebody's doing badly. If nobody's doing badly, the reserve player is going to play a very few number of games. Like if you play 3 or 4 games as a reserve player, that's not a surprise for me. If the reserve player, on the other hand, plays as many as 7, 8 games, it's because somebody is stinking up the joint on boards 1, 2, 3, or 4. Because you know you go with your top guns, and so Sam Shanklin getting 2 rest days in a row, nothing surprising about that, provided everybody's playing.
Now that we look at this position, first impression, Yasser, I have here. Do you know what was my first thought process? Levon is white.
Yes.
Because it feels like one of those typical Levon's positions. He's known to play these setups. He loves early H-pawn pushes, H4, H5, H6. Very improvised stuff, but no, Levon is black and Tabata Bay is showing very interesting improvisation.
Yeah, these, what was the chess engine, Alpha Zero? These Alpha Zero, H7, H2, H4, H5, H6, Alpha Zero is teaching us so much. But as we get into this round 6, I think, Arturs, we need to take a first break to get all of our systems go. And again, a big shout out to our audience. We are looking for some interesting questions and have them ready on the other side of the break. What do you think?
So, yeah, see you in a moment. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be back in something like a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. See you soon.
that's one of my goals with chess. More people play chess than those that play football. Like millions of people play chess around the world. So why not, like, why isn't it more mainstream in terms of like pop culture and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one of my goals with chess, just to make it to where people actually enjoy watching chess and being a part of the chess community.
Welcome back, everybody. The 44th World Chess Olympiad, round 6 is underway, and that's Yasa Serra, and I'm Artur Nekšans, we're Grandmasters. We're your host today. Before we jump into the ongoing games, let's check the current standings in the open section.
I like that graphic really much, as it just shows 5-0, 5-0. Two teams have won their first 5 matches. They are India too, Armenia, as you see, and a couple of teams have given up a draw, including USA and Uzbekistan, who did make a draw against one another. And by the way, America was a very fortunate recipient of that draw.
And talking about Team USA, we have a very nice profile created by Chess.com. Let's check out this video.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is...
Well, Yasser, after watching this very nice profile video of Team United States, I have a question. I mean, Sam Shankland is not playing 2 rounds in a row. Now he's resting, giving a chance for everybody else to play. Tomorrow is going to be a rest day for everybody. What do you think? Is he going to come back after the next rest day on Friday to play?
Really, it depends on today's results, full stop. Imagine, it's very unlikely, imagine Team USA goes 4-0. Just 4-0.
Probably no sense to change.
I mean, do not fix a team that is not broken, right? So again, I think it would depend on today's games, full stop. And if just again, for argument's sake, imagine that all 4 games were a draw. I mean, good hard-fought games that are draw is not a good result for the Team USA. You would maybe want to bring in Sam, but then who would you want to replace him with? If everybody played well, but they all made a draw. So it really, I think it's all about today's results. If somebody loses, Sam's out, Sam's in. If we see 2 wins and 2 draws, you know, and again, the rest day is there for everybody. Like you say, you want to have your top 4 boards energized and you know, gunning for success. Let's continue our walk around the stage. This game of Levon is a crazy game with a pawn on h6. How is Wesley doing?
Yeah, this game is only heating up. Totally inspired game by Tabatabai, and Aronian is playing the classical way. Moving on, Wesley against Idani Puya here. What do we have? Some kind of a Carlsen structure?
Absolutely.
One of the common ideas, of course, about Carlsen, this is, I think, one of the most popular pawn structures in chess, right? Again,
definitely.
The pawn structure is like showing you the way where you're supposed to play here. This pawn b2, c3, d4. This means that white probably wants to do something at the king's side. And since black already committed himself to b5, his idea is to play a5, b4, take on c3, and create for white more pawn islands.
Or just simply a pawn weakness on c3, just exactly as you described it. And I want to say that this move a2, a3 by Wesley is really, really cagey, just because of everything, and you described it perfectly, what black wants to do. Black wants to play a5, b4, b4, take c3, create a pawn weakness on c3. So, you know, you're now looking at this position and you recognize as black that bishop takes b5, double question mark, a7, a6, and you're a hero, you're winning. So you play the move a5 unconsciously, and you forget that bishop takes b5 is not playable, and you feel like a complete idiot because knight a7 runs into a4. So there's, this is exactly one of those moments where you can fall asleep on the position, forgetting that yes, you want to play a5, yes, you want to play b4, but it still needs a little preparation.
Right. Sometimes, by the way, you do play like this. Black plays
Yes.
queen b6, but the question is what happens with the pawn on a5. If I play, let's say, queen a2, you'd snatch the pawn on b5, and now black is reminded that this pawn is also under attack.
I know, it's fun. Seriously, I'm laughing, and I don't mean to be laughing about it, but I have caught one or two opponents, let's say, that have been napping about that b5 pawn. Okay, again, still plenty of play going on here. I would evaluate the position slightly better for white. I do like the two bishops after all. And what about our fourth and final board? Lanier has been playing the role of a hero in a number of these matches. Yeah, it looks like another Carlsbad pawn structure. It's not the Bath, but the Carlsbad, as you said, very popular pawn structure, as is the isolated queen pawn.
Mm-hmm. Right. So here, what white says, it's quite an interesting moment here that queen b4, white invites to ruin his pawn structure. And the big point is after queen b4, 8x on b4, these indeed are slight weaknesses. But now white has access to the open a file. And after moves like b5, he would essentially manage to achieve what he wants, creating some sort of weakness on either c6 and a6. And this prompted Dominguez to respond with queen b6. So it's really interesting, right? So white says, I'm happy to trade queens, but under my terms, black says, no, let's do it my way. I mean, if you want to take on b6, it opens my a file for my rook.
Exactly right. I always think of those marketplace trades. I'll trade you my copper coins for your loaf of bread. Well, I want actually a silver coin. Let's do it on my terms. So I like this last move as well, knight to d7, because I do feel at a certain moment, black will say, okay, let's trade queens. I'll go queen takes b4, a takes b4, a6, and it will be very hard for you to create a weakness on the c6 pawn. You desperately want to play b5 takes c6, and you're not going to be able to do that with the double pawns. You can't play a4, b4, b5 anymore.
Right, but it also opens some options for knight e2, knight b3,
right.
and put the knight here. So again, you need to evaluate that, which is the right moment to do this.
Yeah, and again, when I am thinking about these positions, two names really come to mind. I think that they were great players. Anatoly Karpov on the white side, Ulf Andersson on the black side. Use those two players as your guide, because what Ulf Andersson would do in that position, what you just showed with the knight on d2, Ulf would put his knight on d6. The black knight would come to the d6 square. The white knight, as you were mentioning, would go to the c5 square, and Ulf would think that the knight on d6 perfectly holds the b7 pawn. So those two players in particular were wonderful examples of how to play these positions with both white and black pieces. Use them as your guides.
And the knight on d6 and knight on d3 very often is widely regarded as the best place for the knight because it guards pretty much everything. So I won't be surprised that either in this game one of the knights is going to land on d6, on d3, or in Wesley's third board game also, they might get the same.
Exactly. Let's jump to the ladies and pay our respects to Kaneru, the #1 player for Team India, the leader, and all of Indian hopes are riding on her fortunes. How is she doing?
Right. So here we have some sort of a Benoni structure.
Absolutely.
Very dynamic, right? It's difficult to tell, but one of the common themes of the Benoni is that a black voluntarily gives away the fight for the center. He allows white to push e4, f4, sometimes even aggressively e5, and really relies on what's going to happen at the queen. So this is like a clash of styles, right? So black is busy at the queen side, white is busy at the king side. There's so many famous games like f4, e4, e5, sacrifice the pawn, push forward the f pawn, establish an outpost on e4. I mean, so far it's quite difficult to judge. And I see this 10th move, Yasser, here after e3, 98. And 98, I think this is immediately regarded by everyone who plays the Benoni as quite a standard move. And this is something what really allows the Benoni, modern Benoni opening to stand out, because it feels different. Like the Dutch Leningrad, for example, one of my favorite topics is it's just so weird that the normal rules don't apply.
Yeah, the move 98 in the very strangest way is a kind of a fight for the center control. Black finds it a little bit awkward to play the desired knight to d7 to e5 to control the e5 square, and somehow the bishop on the open diagonal does a good job, and you need to protect the d6 pawn. But for me, the move knight e8, I've always associated, rightly or wrongly, with the move f7, f5. And in the Benoni, you try to, keep certain squares under control, whether it be the e4 or the e5 squares. But also what you were just about to say, the vagaries of theory, they take us in all kinds of directions these days. And I've got to tell you, I mean, the Benoni for me was always one of those openings that, you risk strategically a lot. And I think that the modern engines almost start to give, white a plus half a pawn. And in the case of the King's Indian, almost a plus 1 pawn. They just think that white's center control is too great.
Yeah, indeed. Very sharp battle ahead. So we are going to move on to the second board where Harika Dronavali is playing against, with the black color, against Nino Batsashvili.
Mm-hmm. And again, we see this kind of paradoxical bishop on d2, which in this case has kind of transferred itself to e1 to f2. And even though it's kind of trapped behind the pawns, it has a role. Defending e3, and after moves like knight g3 to f5, ready to pop out to either h4 or g3.
Mm-hmm. So this position, by the way, reminds me of one of the potential positions we were discussing in one of the early games. Was it Gukesh's game?
Yes.
Or at the bonds. One of the games where white plays early, black plays c5 in the typical Ninja structure, although this was even a different opening. But I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, always been amazed how the ideas of chess about structures, they are so common. So, for example, you talk about Italian game, Ray Lopez, sometimes it switches to something, I don't know, I mean, a different opening, but still the ideas remain the same. And I think that's what also coaches are usually teaching their students. I mean, mainly focus on the ideas, understand the structures. So I love black's position here, actually.
Really? Because I'll take the reverse. I like what grandmasters always do too, is they literally take ideas that you might see in one particular opening, a Sveshnikov, and then apply it to another type of position, a Bodinic pawn triangle. They go, oh, I saw that working in the Sveshnikov. I'll put my knight on d5 and I'll recapture with the pawn, and then I'll use my majority. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll put my knight on d4 and I'll use my majority over there. Okay, so for me, what I'm seeing for white is I'm seeing this idea that black is going to go c5, c4, b4, and kill me on the queen side. Only I'm sitting there saying, hey, man, I got nothing on the queen side for you to kill. I mean, go ahead, invest as many tempi as you want, put all your energy into pushing on the queen side, And maybe what I'll do is I'll go knight on c3 to e2, knight to f4, knight to f5, and I'll make some pretensions that, like I'll go and I'll sacrifice on your king side and win a great victory. So in other words, if I evacuate the queen side with moves like, I don't know, b3, bishop b1, you kind of throwing punches at a ghost. There's nobody over there. So I'm not just saying that I do it right away, but I am seeing, at least to my eyes, moves like, I don't know, knight f4, and I mentioned bishop h4. Maybe that's premature. So I'm just wondering if I'm hitting you on the king side, I could land a blow somehow, somewhere, right?
And I think this is also the reason why Dronavali, she is not rushing with c4. She could have played c4 right away. She's keeping tension in the center. So in case you're going to start these ideas to counter-strike, she might take on d4.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking too, Artur. But it is funny how, I think it was the game of Adiban, by the way, where Adiban played bishop on b4 to f8, waiting for white to play f3 so that he could counter-strike in the center with c5. And even though this is a different opening, similar ideas are being enacted in this game.
All right, let's move on. The third board is Vaishali against Yavalakashvili.
Easy for you to say. I remember when Roman Djindjiashvili first made it to the United States. Boy, I tell you, that was a tough name. I was so happy when Roman, I don't know if he played d4, g6, Roman's black, c4, bishop g7, knight c3, c5, d5, bishop takes c3. And this was known as the Djindjiashvili Indian. And we said the Gingy Indian. And I was like, Gingy, I can support that. That Djindjiashvili, that was tough. But Gingy Indian. What do we got here? Who's knight on b7? That's a head scratcher. What are you doing there?
I have conflicted feelings because the bishop on f6 looks one of the strongest pieces on the board.
Wonderful.
Or bishop on a6 is stuck, but then again, so is the white knight on a3.
Right.
Not doing anything.
There's a lot of strange looking pieces. If I'm in black shoes, I'm dreaming of queen f8, followed by rook e8. Why do I want to play rook e8? It's the open file. Hello, everybody. Wake up. Rooks belong on open files. And I'm thinking that the queen on f8 on a good day could land on b4, and maybe the knight would then land on c5, and I could somehow coordinate my pieces. But there's some strange looking pieces, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. The bishop on f6 is an all-star. It's black.
I think both players here are going to mainly focus on improving the pieces, and the last move for black already is signaling that the knight on d6 is standing not so well, right? So black is thinking ahead. I think for Lela's, one of the Lela's plans indeed is to position the queen somewhere else, find a good suitable square for the knight. Depending on the occasion, it's going to be c5 or a5. But let's move on. Let's check the fourth board. The fourth board is Salome Melia is playing against Tanya Sachdev. By the way, I read in the chat there was a suggestion also to check out Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan matchup, Abdulmalik's match. Yeah, this is something we could do. There's a very interesting battle between some of the best players in the world. We are going to try not to miss it. Yeah, thank you for your suggestion.
Absolutely. And just once again, just to emphasize, I was a captain for the ladies team in Baku. And to my mind, this match that we're witnessing right now today, India versus Georgia, if you were to say that this was the last round match and it was for the gold medal, I would say, yeah. yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, because when India and Georgia sit down, it's a match that's worthy of the gold medal. That's why we're just spending a lot of time on this one. This is a big match. It could really, really determine a lot. Hi,
Right.
from the chat. Which match would you like to see? This is to the chat. Give us your suggestions and we'll make an effort. You were just saying, Artur's, about Kazakhstan.
Yeah, this is the next game I'm going to jump in. And if you have some interesting suggestions you would like to see, I mean,
Let
no
us know.
promises. We're going to be able to follow every single one, but some of them we could do.
Perhaps.
What is happening here?
After Bishop G5, sorry.
Yeah, this is Ra Lopez, right?
Yes, definitely. And I'm thinking that as White is very, very anxious to get in the moves. Knight G3 and Knight F5. And I think from a Black's perspective, that move C5, C4 really shows that Black really wants to keep this bishop on A2 out of the game. And one of the best ways for Black to do that is to go quickly rook to D8 and D6, D5 to try to make sure that that white square bishop on A2 never sees the light of day.
It's actually quite interesting, Yasser. I mean,
Yeah.
I already noticed in the previous game that you mentioned this kingside attack, White is slowly building up something. And there's this, in the wake of the modern chess engines, there's this eternal discussion. Is attack overrated? What I'm talking about, there's many openings where you gather the pieces towards your opponent, and according to the modern chess engines, it's nothing. And I'm remembering one of the first examples that jumps to my mind is the closed French King's Indian attack. And, and the engines give Black a significant advantage, and yet everybody loves to play with White. And why is this? Because you're attacking the king, and people are not engines. We're human beings. We make mistakes. We're worried about the king's safety, and this is something that engines simply don't understand. And I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you, Yasa, when you say you gather all the pieces at the king's side, you make the opponent's king worry, even though if the engine says, it's nothing, kill.
Yeah, agreed. And again, the engines are just wonderful. They're great training tools, and it's very easy for us and our audience to sit there and say, Archers, what are you doing? The engine says triple zeros. You have nothing to worry about. That queen and those two bishops and the rook that were attacking your king were not fearsome. And you're like, dudes, my clock was ticking. There was a queen, and there was two bishops, and the rook. I gotta tell you something, that was fearsome. I was afraid. I saw a ghost, and I didn't defend like an engine. Yeah, you're right. The King's Indian attack, people like to play it as white. The engines say there's no attack. Yeah, sure. If you can defend like an engine, big applause. Not so easy when your king is under attack.
Let's jump into this one game. I would like to still see.
Please.
Jansai Abdulmalik from Team Kazakhstan. Very interesting matchup against Azerbaijan. So Mamadzada Abdulmalik. What do we see here? This was a request from the viewers.
Rook D8 check.
Okay, so White appears to be slightly better, right? At least visually.
Well, let's see. You've got to go back with the knight, right?
Maybe it's actually more than slightly better.
Well, if you go back with the rook, bishop takes f6.
Wait.
Is lights out.
Well, this is really lights out because I can take it and play bishop d7. Are you in a couple of pawns?
Correct.
At least.
At least.
At least. Okay, if there's not more.
Yeah, I'm very happy with a couple of extra pawns. Thank you thank you very much. But yes.
This rook d8 changes a lot.
Precisely. I thought that put the kibosh on Black's position, actually. Because rook d8, if you have to play knight e8, and I'm looking at knight c7, I'm going, not much to look at. That's just lights out. That's a fork, and I could play even bishop e3 in all good time as well. So no, something went wrong here. Are we sure we had the right position?
Let me check it. I mean, from
Archers?
the start. So it was a Catalan. I mean, okay, Tarash.
Yeah, Catalan turned Tarash.
Looks pretty normal to me.
I
so
played
far.
it many times as white.
Yeah, and no issues really.
No. And by the way, this almost
Wait.
looked,
Yeah,
oops.
this is not right. Yeah, this is not right. This is transmission error. We're looking at the wrong thing.
I agree. I think it's rook takes e2, rook d1 with black to play.
Yeah. Okay. Let's not focus on this. They're gonna fix
Okay.
it in a moment.
Right.
Sorry about that. There's nothing we can do. Highly theoretical struggle.
Going on there. Yes, in that
Maybe
case.
one more ladies tournament before we move on to
Please.
the Open, or we move on to the Open immediately. What do you think, Yasser?
One more, ladies, if you don't mind.
One more ladies. All right.
Yeah,
all right.
just
One more ladies.
just to show our awareness. Tell us what top team we should look at.
Yeah, maybe one of the Muzichuk sisters, how they are doing.
Ukraine, yes, always a very powerful lady squad is Team Ukraine.
Yeah, I got the word that there's a lot of action happening. Anish Giri's game. Again, we have to choose, right? We have to choose.
Yeah,
So
too many good. Well, it's great that we have as commentators such a plethora of games to choose from. Sometimes the choice can be overwhelming. This looks like a nice 2 bishops advantage for white. I would feel very happy to be in white's shoes in this position.
So Anna is doing all right and has all the chances to conduct a kingside attack.
Yeah.
And whereas her younger sister, she's also playing here today. Whoa. This is
boy. Snap. Holy smokes. There's a king on e2. There's a king. Whoa.
What is going on here?
My head hurts. Just looking at the position, my head hurts.
I mean, black has an extra rook at the moment, right? This I can calculate.
According to chess experts, I think you're right.
If I play something like rook d6.
Yes.
Oh, the bar says white is slightly better, 0.2. Look at that.
Okay, it took a while for the bar to catch up because I was wondering why white wasn't better. It looked like white was lost for a little bit of a moment there, but now the engine's turning things around and recognizing that white's for choice. Wow.
Yeah, this is kind of a
position.
theoretical line. It's easy, easy to misplay it. It's totally nuts. It's totally nuts. I mean, that's what this line is all about. This is not
Right.
bank law, and welcome to the modern chess. The king and eagle is very much legal.
I agree. It is crazy. Nikolai Minev would call it an opening circus. What's going on in the circus today?
This is very deep prep. There's no way they play it over the board like, oh, look at that. I mean, I'm so glad.
Come on.
I mean, King d8, g6. I guess the idea is somehow.
Come on. Get out of here.
Queens. Rook e6 and another queen.
Right? Oh, I'm glad we didn't just jump to the Anish Giri game because we
There's a lot
missed.
of action in Anish's game as well. Wait.
I mean, this is amazing.
Let's not spoil everything. And rook e8. This is not the same queen, by the way. It's just freshly baked.
Yeah,
Oh,
a newly minted white queen. Now, at first blush with both kings in the center, you kind of think that white is for choice, but wait a minute. This is really, really double-edged stuff. This is how we got the rook to c7. That part I get.
Yeah, white just
Whoa.
occasionally plays the rook. Just occasionally. Yeah, by the way, gone.
Whoa, that's how we got here. What a mess. Now, here's where I'm the team captain, right? And that's why you can't have the coach in the playing hall alongside the team captain. I mean, there are rules against this because as team captain, I'm nervous as all get out, right? Like I'm looking at this position. I don't know. I want to rush to the coach and said, hey, did we train for this position? Is this a position you had on your board when you woke up this morning? And if the coach says, yeah, you got this, we got this. I mean, our players are well prepared. Then I've got this great confidence. I come swaggering back into the playing hall. This is all really good, right? And maybe I'm conveying some kind of information with my swagger. So that's why, the coaches and the captains have, separate roles.
Can we play it out in a slow motion here?
If you want.
Just for the pure enjoyment. I'm going to put it on a wall instead of Mona Lisa here. I mean,
exactly.
This looks so lovely. Every single piece, like looking one of the legendary Mikhail Tal's games.
Right.
Queen f6, rook d6. But Yasser, I feel that this is definitely some kind of a prep, because I looked at Irina's clock, 1 hour and 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to get some ideas, not necessarily exactly this position. Maybe she knew at some point there's this idea g6, g takes.
Right.
A lot of adrenaline is flowing in her veins, I imagine.
Oh, I can certainly imagine that as well. But again, my first impressions are that, it's a Donnybrook, 3 results. It's crazy. Both kings under a duress. And, whoever came with better preparation is a big favorite to win this position. All right. I think our audience is just jumping up and down.
Yeah,
and
let's
saying,
jump to maybe Anish's.
Yes,
Anisha's
please.
Yeah, maybe. I hope we didn't miss the action there.
I hope we did.
So much
that last
going
one.
on.
That looks like Lanier for a moment there. Yeah.
Wow, look at this 9 on d5.
What a beauty. What a beauty.
How did they get there? Just a second. I mean, okay, this obviously looks crushing for white.
I don't understand why people are so excited by this. This is just splat, like gone.
All righty. So Anish is on fire. Yesterday he sacrificed a rook against Carlsen. Today he sacrificed a rook.
Whoa. Time out. Don't get yourself too excited. He sacrificed an exchange. And what he did against Eric Hansen yesterday, he sacrificed an exchange against the bishop on c6 so that he could totally shatter Eric's position. And it was like a marvelously standard exchange sacrifice. Just a sec. So now let's see another exchange sacrifice. Okay.
I mean, the Grand Petrosian would wave basically here. Thank you, Anish, for being a huge fan of mine.
Exactly.
Amazing move. So rook e6, fantastic. Taking care of the e6 square. I don't think Bahadur wanted to take it, but if you don't take the rook on e6, it's not going anywhere.
That is true. And the other rook is sliding over from b1 to e1 and just controlling the position. And again, it's an exchange sacrifice for no pawns. In that case, that's a little bit unusual. Normally, you also get 1 extra pawn for your exchange. Here, but on the other hand, you've got this huge, just enormous pawn on e6, 2 squares away from promotion. And I would be very, very surprised if this was not just simply winning for white. It just looks flat.
Yeah, so please remind me,
Yes.
the particular quote, how exactly did it sound from Garry Kasparov that any knight on d6 is worth a rook? So the knight on d6 is not on d6, obviously, it's on d5. But is this claim still valid here?
I don't think it's a claim, a quote that's attributable to Garry Kasparov. Actually, I think it's attributable to Alexander Alekhine, and he said a knight on the 6th rank, not d6, but he really meant a knight on c6, a knight on f6, a knight on e6, a knight on d6. A knight on the 6th rank is worth an exchange. And I attribute that to Alekhine. And if Garry, refined that and Tal and others. But yeah, for me, a knight on the 6th rank, especially the f6 square. Why is the f6 square so sweet? Look at the black king on g8. You know, when you secure a knight on f6 against a kingside castle king, there's just so many checkmating patterns. It's worth an exchange.
Right. I mean, I'm already looking towards, can I finish it immediately with e7? But I think even something like queen f4.
I like that move especially.
Right.
Just
Targeted pawn, this
right.
pawn. So you need to make sure what happens after queen g5. Maybe just wins the game on the spot, like take, knight c7, adios amigos.
Bingo. Adios amigos.
Looks pretty simple. I think for Anish's caliber, this is well played game. And I have a feeling that Badur simply did it too much, because we go back to the opening, the way he played, it was interesting, you know. I like it. So he trades on f3, he plays knight e7, and he's claiming that he's going to have a good control of the dark squares.
Sure. And again, there's a book behind me, Grandmaster Preparation by one Lev Polygaevsky, and Lev Polygaevsky played this position as white for a living. I mean, I like to say he furnished an entire apartment on the white side. The idea is very simple: 2 bishops, cramping pawn on d5. Now, if black on a very, very good day ends up with a piece on e5, Victor Korchnoi would say, congratulations, you have one good piece. Now, as we're about to see, Anish played the move rook b1 because he was thinking on a good day, he's ready to play b4 and open up the b file, and let's see what goes on. But I think it was the move g6, g5. That's the overreach right there, because that allows this very powerful move, bishop on e2 to h5. So from White's point of view, the bishop on e2 a little passive. You know, you're kind of like, how am I going to? Now you just opened up the door.
Yeah, why don't you play bishop e5 right away? This is
bingo.
Why do you need g5 at all?
Exactly.
Like
exactly.
This takes and something like f4.
And that's fine. And I totally respect that. But in these positions, you almost always recapture with the d6 pawn. Why? Because that d6 square is a dreamboat square for a knight. You put a knight on d6, and it's a great blockader. That's all it is. It's just
so going a little bit deeper. I think Anish already anticipated that, and that's why he played rook b1, so that after bishop e5, take, he could have b4 immediately. So that's really advanced stuff right here.
Exactly.
All right.
And yeah, but this move g5 opened up this position. And by the way, I don't know exactly how it happened, but there's some bad blood between Jobova and Anish. I think it came from a Tata Steel Vaikanze, where Jobova was just having a bad tournament, and Anish did not mean to insult Jobova, but he said something that Jobova mistook as an insult, and Jobova said, "Why?"
I remember he said, Badur said, I have a very big attack there, and Anish said, there's no big attack there, and this is how it started.
Exactly. So for Anish, you know, this game, there's some charged emotions. Queen f4 sure looks like black is doomed.
Black is doomed. Doomed. And while we talk about it, it looks like Anish is going to score an important victory for Team Netherlands. What about continuing your hourly fix of Magnus Carlsen? What do you think?
Thank you so much. I mean, I got in the first 15 minutes. I feel good, but it's time. When we left it, we were just laughing about Magnus's approach to the game. He played one knight c6 and d6, and you called it the Nimzovich delayed.
Nimzovich delayed Magnus Carlsen modern counter-attack. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, throw that top. By the way, White played knight f3, an invitation to bring it back home to e5, right? Right? Not trying to play,
Yeah.
yeah, not playing d4, but Magnus, and it transposed quickly to a perk defense
This is
where,
what's interesting is that he didn't play d5. I think that Magnus was provoking his opponent to play d5 so that he can retreat knight b8 and then try to, again, prove White that he has overextended the pawns.
exactly, a game I played with Stuart Rachel's, just exactly like that, trying to provoke White to playing a premature d5. The problem when you do play the premature d5, it's almost, you never really want to castle your king to the long side because it's so easy for black to play c6 and open up the c file like in a Sicilian. So e5, they kind of transposing into a classical perk with the bishop on e2. That would be what we call the Geller variation.
You mean here, right?
Yeah, if you go bishop e2 right here, right now, you've got the Geller variation, the quiet game is what we used to call it in castles. And then what Geller would do, sorry, short, sorry, my bad, castle short. And what Geller would do is go d4 takes e5, d4 takes e5 as white, and then try to prove that the bishop on g7 was a little bit passive. And he scored a lot of impressive victories on the white side.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at this position. I'm not impressed how Anton played this out because suddenly black setup makes perfect sense, right? So the knight on c6 is doing good. The pawn on a6 takes care of the vital b5 square. So I have a feeling that he could have played a bit more ambitious.
Yes, yes.
A bit more ambitious. Maybe this d5 should have been played, and I think that Magnus achieved exactly what he wanted. He kicked his opponent out of the preparation. He wanted to provoke the d5 move.
Right.
Anton played it a bit perhaps too careful. This bishop, bishop d3, and now black is just doing fine.
Agreed. And sometimes as black, you take these types of risks where you say, I'm going to play something maybe less sound, certainly off the beaten track. But if you don't respond in, I want to say, an aggressive way, your advantage slips away. And it's sort of like, ha, I got away with daylight robbery. I robbed you of your opening advantage.
Yeah, that's really the tricky part, right? Because of course, Anton, he's still very young. He's about what, age 20, something like that. Rated 2600, one of the rising superstars of Australian chess. Big bright future ahead of him. But when the world champion plays this against you, you clearly know your opponent is provoking you something. So how do you make the right choice? Do you allow to be provoked? And you go charging forward because this is exactly what your opponent wants, or there's the other side, you continue playing normal chess and essentially maybe you're not playing the most active moves. So go figure.
No, for me, the answer to exactly that question and how you pose the question is you go blindly ahead with everything you've got. You go nuclear on the guy. That's what you do, is because if somebody is playing as black, most especially, if somebody is black is playing some double edge, maybe dubious stuff, punish them. Don't hold back. Just punish them. If you lose, you lose. Great. But you're the one that's going to go down having a lot of fun. That's my attitude. We see what happens now because it's still a double-edged game. I mean, White's got his stuff. G4, H5. Let's go.
So here, B4 was probably too much, right? I mean, this is not the moment to play it. I mean, I'm slightly inspired by Anish's sacrifice. I was looking at some B4 immediately, but this could be too much, right? B4, take it, rook B4, and I'm sort of claiming there's something at a B file, but why do it immediately, right?
Yeah, knight B1, and you might just kind of reach a dead end. These are the type of things when you do play b4 and you do sacrifice those exchange. The problem is also there's this knight d5 moves that somehow, you know, if you miss your mark, you really miss your mark badly. You know, knight d5, queen a4, what else?
I mean, not here. I mean, not here. There's queen d2, but at some point.
Oh,
right?
sorry. Yeah. That's a good point. Sorry, I apologize. You're completely right. Not here. So this is knight b1. Yeah, and
Yeah,
if you
B1, I guess.
yeah, and if you don't get there, here, by the way, the bishop on g7, unlike on a dragon, you know, you're kind of happy that you're eyeballing b2. But this pawn is not on e7, it's on e5, and the bishop on g7 just doesn't lend itself nicely to the attack.
So I think what both players right now are doing, they're slightly securing their king. Bishop c5 was a defensive move, stopping
Exactly.
b4. h5 is again a defensive move because Anton's idea is to push h5, open the h-file, and in some typical Sicilian dragon try to checkmate. What do you think, Yasser? We still move on, right?
It's absolutely. Again, for being a fanboy, I think that this is the kind of games that I really like to see the world champion facing. Truly, you know, the Berlin ending is nice, and everybody understands that chess correctly played is a draw. But, you know, let's go crazy. Let's have some fun, you know, let's throw the patties.
I think it's quite clear that g-takes is going to happen because g5 makes no sense because you want to operate at the king side. So
Exactly.
Anton is right now choosing g-takes, knight h5, and he's thinking, maybe I
Right.
just made too many weaknesses myself. Where's my big attack, etc. While he's thinking about that, let's move back to the
Please.
Gukesh's game against Sargsyan, one of the top games today.
Absolutely. And once again, these two teams, Georgia and India B, if you will, have won all of their matches. And not only has Gukesh enjoyed a fabulous team result of 5 wins on his team, he's had 5 wins as an individual. So he's coming and he's playing some incredible chess. First glance at the position, man, I'm thinking Black's king is far more vulnerable than White's king.
So does it look like something positional for you? No, I mean, I felt that Sargsyan is going to try to play something positional. Instead, we got something really sharp. I mean, very quickly to review. We left it.
Double-edged. Yeah.
There you go. We discussed this some time ago.
E5 ideas. Yes.
Right. Oh, look at that.
Oh, GF. Okay, a clear indication that we may be playing a team tournament, but I want to win as White. I'm going to open up the half-open file, and the clash began.
This is how it started. Boom, everything is charging for. It's just amazing, right? Seemingly Gukesh is making all the normal moves. He gets a lot of excitement. And to remind you, the Mirage's current score in the previous games, he is one of the few players in the Olympiad who has scored 5 victories out of 5. Yesterday, he beat Alexei Shirov with the black color in a superb positional game, just outplayed completely with the black color. And the other player who has 5 out of 5 is one of his probably future greatest rivals, Nodirbek Abdusatorov.
Wonderful. And Novak's string, it includes Fabiano Caruana as well. So it's wonderful to watch these youths, you know, enjoying themselves. Now let's jump into this game between Sargsyan and Gukesh here, because a lot of I want to say sharp variations to calculate here for both sides. The first thing when you're attacking your opponent's king, the first thing you want to do is create weaknesses. When I say create weaknesses, I want to be very, very clear. I want to articulate as clearly as I can what I mean by weaknesses. I want to induce the pawns to move forward. So if I can get black to play g7, g6, then the square f6, the square h6, I'm creating weaknesses on the dark squares. Conversely, if I can get black to play h7, h6, then the squares g6 become ever so weak. So when we're attacking our opponent's king, one of the things we try to do, very, very much so, is to force pawn weaknesses. So if we start with rook g3 and rook g1, what's the purpose of, why are we doubling the rooks on the g file? We're trying to provoke the move g7, g6. Once we've got a weakness that we can lock in on, then we can play moves like bishop d3 and capture a pawn, or h4, h5, and opening up the position. So here, the moves, I don't know if you think in the same way, the moves that I find very attractive are rook g3, rook g1, provoking weakness. I find the move queen e4, followed by bishop to d3, very attractive. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to provoke a weakness. And finally, what you were just showing, Artur, bishop to d3, trying to get black to play h7, h6, so that a future g7, g6, there won't be a pawn supporting. All of that is a long way of saying that it's difficult to make a choice when you have so many compelling options.
And that's what Gukesh is doing right now. He's evaluating his choices. I think he sees rook g3, rook g1. This is so obvious. You have the open g file. He sees bishop d3. He sees queen e4. And it's like building again together this puzzle, because not only what matters what you're going to do, also you have to pay attention to your opponent's ideas. For example, like b3. If black is going to push the b pawn forward, a3, maybe sacrifice on a3. So you already have to calculate a little bit. And I think actually what Yasser, you said is queen e4, maybe it definitely makes sense, because it avoids this queen being targeted.
Stepping out of the way. Yeah, and again, I mean, these are just the things that go through my mind. Finally, I think Garry Kasparov, one of the greatest attacking players ever, I said, Gary, when does an attack begin? And he said, well, the answer, it begins with a pawn. And it was sort of like it stopped me, it begins with a pawn. And in this case, you look at these pawns on e5 and f4, and you can go, oh, I get it. I'll play rook to g3, f4, f5, f6. And there's how I'm going to attack. So these pawns, if you can use them, right? I don't want to play f5 and fall victim to queen takes e5.
But it's possible to combine it with the queen e4 and f5, by the way.
There you go. That's why, again, I'm kind of drawn to this move queen e4, tickling the rook, preparing bishop d3, and just as you were about to point out, supporting f4, f5, f6, and in the words of the great Garry Kasparov, bang, bang, bang. Let's have some fun.
All right. I think we have to move on to the next game. Please. Here. Let me just try to figure out which could it be.
Board 2, board 3.
Board 2, right? Mikhail Sarn is playing against Grant Melkamian.
Whoa, we've got an extra pawn for white, but the dark squared bishop and these double pawns on f3, f2 means compensation.
Similar position in another game, I think in the ladies section a couple of days ago, where we said that black normally should be drawing this somehow, but then white managed to keep the pawn and win the game.
Yes, exactly so. I remember that very, very much. We really thought that the compensation was even overwhelming. Here, it looks like white is just only going to be slightly better. How about board 3? We'll move it right along and try to catch even some more games if we can.
Right. So let me pull it up. So Board 3 is Adiban. Let me find him. There you go.
The beast. By the way, he's got that reputation.
But
as
he did
the
not play
beast.
B3, I'm afraid. He is widely regarded one of the experts who plays the first move B3. But yeah, I mean, Olympiad, I'm not sure that's the one. That's the one you want to make. So yeah, D4 he played.
My gosh, I'm looking all over the board. I feel like a complete idiot. I'm looking all over the board. Where's White's queen? White's queen's supposed to be on C2, on A4, on E2, maybe on a bad day on D3. I had to look all the way across the board. The queen is on H3. That's great. I love it.
Right.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure.
Very, very interesting game.
Right.
Here at the barn, he has mixed ideas like going after the king and maybe target the pawn on D5.
Right.
Let's jump to the fourth board. And
Okay.
the fourth board is Robert Kafkanisyan against Ronak Sadwani. And oh, wait, there's a couple of moves being made. Sorry.
Yeah, this looks like that Berlin ending that we left. We were looking at bishop takes G7. We thought White was for choice, and we still feel the same way. Yes. Bishop
This is quite unpleasant enough for black, is it?
I think so as well.
This bishop on B4 stops these two pawns. It's protected by the pawn. The pawn on D6 is a monster. If black wants to play bishop D7, this means a passive defense. I don't care what the bar is saying. Bar's saying it's about equal. No, I'll pick white anytime.
Exactly. Exactly. We can definitely agree on that one. And finally, we are getting ready for a break. Before we go on a break, I really want to ask the chat, give us some guidance. Tell us what matches that you'd like for us to focus on as we come back from the break, and we will meet your requests. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Post your ideas, don't go anywhere. See you in a moment.
India has the most teams in the Olympiad, including 3 very competitive teams in the open section. This gives the host country legitimate chances to win more than one medal. The wild card for these high expectations is the super talented but very inexperienced second team for India. Seated just outside the top 10, many consider this squad to be amongst the most entertaining in Chennai. Norway's Magnus Carlsen even suggested he's more wary of facing India's second team than going up against India's top-seeded squad. That's some high praise from the world champion. Just under 30, Bhaskaran Adiban is the team's veteran. He leads by example with his signature aggressive style. Looking up to Adiban are 4 teenagers, a collective of India's most talented young rising stars. Nihal Sarin, Damaraju Gukesh, Ramesh Babu Pragnananda, and Raunak Sadwani will each be making his Olympiad debut here at home. Legendary coach and team captain R.B. Ramesh will have his hands full trying to get the maximum potential out of a roster dominated by teens. Good enough to win a medal, the biggest question is if this team can hold up under the Olympiad spotlight and pressure. India shared gold at the 2020 Olympiad, which was held online. That said, it has been 8 years since the birthplace of chess took an Olympiad medal over the board. Although in the shadow of India's first team, India's juniors are unquestionably a key component to fulfilling the high expectations set by the host country and its fans.
Namaste, dosto. We are back from the 44th World Chess Olympiad, round 6. Grandmasters Yasu Servan and I'm Artur Nations. We're your host today. Dear viewers, I would like to remind you against this possibility to suggest us some interesting games you would like to see, and maybe we are going to choose one of them and we could check them out.
Thank you again to our viewers for all your suggestions. And what I would like to propose, Artur, is we just take a look at some of the top boards from some of the other events, for other teams. For example, let's just take a look at Vincent's game for Team Germany.
Yeah, let's do that. There was a suggestion in the chat that Vincent Kammer is definitely a name we don't want to miss. He was not playing the first rounds for some reason. I don't know why. Team Germany is slightly behind, but has a very promising lineup. I mean, Vincent Keimer, one of the world's youngest superstars. There's also the European champion, Matthias Blubaum. Also names like Dmitry Kolars, Rasmus Svane, very impressive guys. I mean, they're very young, about 20, 23, etc. Looks promising. So what do we have here?
Well, first of all, again, it kind of goes hand in glove with my previous comments that what I was making about an attack where you want to try to provoke your opponent to weaken his pawn shield in front of his king. And this pawn on this battery of the queen on c2, the bishop on b1, provoked the move g7, g6. So there's the weaknesses, what I'm talking about. And it just kind of came like perfectly, exemplified of what I want to say. And of course, here, I'm expecting bishop takes f6. And then the idea, now that we provoked a weakness, well, we know what we want to do. We want to start hitting it. And whether it's that move or the doubling of the rooks, or, like this whole, e4, e5, bringing in the bishop. But again, just as Gukash was struggling with which is the best sequence of moves. Do you play like you just said, knight e4? Do you double the rooks immediately? Rook f3, rook f1. Do you consider e4, e5 types of things? If like the king were on h1, the move e4 starts to look attractive. Even e4, bishop takes d4, e5. Again, when the king is already on h1, it's not a check. So I think this is very promising position for white, and I'm sure Vincent feels the same way.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, pretty much all of his pieces are positioned to do something at a king side. I think this rook f3, rook f1 looks most logical to me. E4 might be a bit too much.
Right.
I'm also looking at some knight e4 ideas to find a way for the knight to join the attack, included the bishop c3. We're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough too, right? And then finally, because I'm one of those players, I very, very strongly believe you should be inviting everybody to the party. The bishop on d2 is not quite in the party atmosphere yet. So it's sad to my eyes that the bishop isn't, hitting h6. But it's crazy as it looks, ideas of rook takes f6, queen takes f6, knight to e4, and bringing the bishop on that long diagonal. You start thinking, like, how do I invite the bishop on d2 into the party? So Vincent is weighing all of these possibilities in his mind, and he's doubtlessly thinking, there's something good is brewing.
There's something good, yeah, and he just needs to definitely make a choice. All right, we're going to leave this game for now. Vincent is doing all right. So if you're cheering for the Germany and Vincent, things look good for you.
Exactly.
Let's jump into another game, which I really, really would like to see, which is another superstar of Uzbekistan chess, Nodirbek Abdusatorov. We already discussed he is 5 out of 5 in this tournament.
Wow.
Well, it doesn't look like 6 out of 6 here.
Well, this was, my head is exploding as I'm trying to figure these ones out. Both sides have something that they can claim goodness for. One of the things that you have to be exceptionally careful when you're black and you rushed your pawns in front of your king and you're going bang, 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 is a lot of pawns' weaknesses, that they can come back and haunt you. For example, what do I mean? If white in this exact position gets to play knight f5 check, I got bad news for Black. Your king is going to be far more exposed. But that bishop on A7, that is like, you know, your trump card, right? That's your guided missile, you know, looking into the white position. How do you combine? Do you have to play the move F7, F5 in order to hit F2? I don't know, Arturs, but I feel like this is a position where there's two results possible only. A victory
Everything
for white.
has gone totally wrong for Abdusattorov.
A victory for Black. Those are the choices. No draw. No draw.
Oh,
this is not a draw.
This is Italian game gone wrong for Abdusattorov because, I mean, one key piece is missing for white. It's the Docksweb bishop. I mean,
Exactly.
Where is it? It should be standing here on E3, protecting the this gaze of the Black's Docksweb bishop, and which is now uncontrolled access to the F2 pawn.
Right.
Is it yours F5? Is it H takes? Is it Rook H8 and do something at H file? Everything looks incredibly annoying. The only thing that white has is some sort of a minor pressure against the pawn on F7 and the pawn on B7, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, first impressions are the queen on G5, the bishop on A7. They're the ones that are really controlling the action. The fact that white does control the open D file, you know, we applaud, but there's no business squares. The desirable Rook D7 is simply not on. So for the moment, it feels like Black is the one that's dictating the action, and if he does get in F7, F5, and that F2 pawn starts to come under pressure, it could be lights out. This could be
but you
really
need, of
bad.
course, to watch out for some bishop E6, right? At some
Exactly.
point, maybe not right away, but bishop E6, trade his bishop, gain access to Rook D7. But F5, I like it. It's definitely a move I would consider. The question is,
I mean,
all right, let's move on. Let's check another game. I see Team Cuba, which is doing really well. The 30 seconds, they're very, very high right now, doing wonderful. Today they're playing against Spain, against Alexei Sherov. This is the top board. Sherov yesterday was outplayed by Gukesh for the black color. So one would expect that he would take a rest day. No, he's back in action.
Certainly is. Alexei Sherov is black in this position. F7, F6. Every time I see one of every time I see one of Alexei's position, it kind of defies description. It does. I mean, you know, I like clear, logical positions, and I never feel like I'm getting them with Alexei. Like this last move, F7, F6, it seems to invite F4, F5, which just looks overwhelmingly crushing, until you see a move like after F5, Queen C7, Rook E1, Bishop E4, and you go, oh, well, Black has his own ideas as well. It's not just play on one goal after all. So, I mean, you know, I always feel like I'm reserving judgment, you know, and I don't know. This is like one of those positions where I'll reserve my judgment until I see the next few moves. I think a lot of things will have clarified.
What I see actually, Yasser, is the clock, and this already tells something.
Wow,
Sherov is down on 4 minutes, only 29 minutes made, and this is essentially a dangerous position for him, because to remind you, the time control of the tournament, the format of the tournament, that is, you get 90 minutes for 40 moves, then you get, after 40 moves, extra 30 minutes on the clock plus 30 seconds. So Sherov has made 29 moves. This means he still needs to make, what is it, 11 moves in 4 minutes plus 30 seconds in a sharp position. It's not where you want to be. No,
not at all. Also, I'm just thinking, you know, like this knight on H4 is kind of bothersome. As bothersome as those knight outs as on H4, it's the knight on H2. So even if I just play the move knight F3 and I get rid of your bothersome knight and I get rid of my problem piece, How is Alexei going to keep his king protected? That's going to be his challenge. I mean, we'll see. And again, just to remind everybody that Cuba, help me out here, Arturs. They came in as the 32nd seed. They're playing on
and check
board
out the teams
3.
check out the teams they already beat. Yesterday, they beat Azerbaijan with
Big
Mamedyarov.
success.
playing.
Huge.
Day before, they beat Hungary. I mean, Hungary always has been one of the strongest teams in
Absolutely.
FIFA events. They're missing Richard Rapport for the obvious reasons, but still, I mean, this is a serious force to reckon. And Cuba, it feels like a dark horse, and they're doing really good.
Nobody predicted this type of success for them. And let's hope they enjoy it for as long as they possibly can. And again, if you don't mind, I want to show our respects to Mickey Adams. I mean, still one of the great legendary players for England. What's happening on the England board?
Yeah, let's move on here. By the way, Sheriff has a bit more time on the clock. Not sure what that happened, how that happened. 4 minutes, 11 minutes, so it's not technically still a time trouble. Mickey Adams is playing against Markus Rager, long-time leader of Austrian chess, well-known theoretician. Well,
King D8. It almost looks like Berlin with D2, D3, one of those D2, D3 Berlins that became a D2, D4. Yep, there it is.
yeah, this is how they played it out.
Right.
Very positional stuff. White has some targets on the king side. Look at this move, G5.
Wow, that's
trying to stop any H6, F6 business.
A perplexing move for me, that move, G5, by the way.
Right. And the black is slightly suffering because the pawn on F6 is a weakness. White has a pawn on E4, which is slightly perhaps weak if black is going to include the trade. Not sure how to properly evaluate it, but probably white is slightly better.
I like the space. I like the space. Something to be said for B3, C4, gain some more space. Maybe even on a tragic day where I'm forced to play something as positionally suspicious as D4, D5, if the knight lands on F5 and has complete control, like it just lords over the square.
Yeah, by the way, this is possible immediately.
Yeah, that will be the kind of concession. I'll give up the C5. Bobby Fischer said it, you know, to get squares, you got to give them. I'll give up the C5 square to black's knight if I can get a knight to the F5 square. Looks like Mickey's for choice. And again, thanks to everybody for joining us and asking us questions. I feel like I'm not getting enough social media questions as well. I mean, I'm getting my 1 hour of Magnus Carlsen, but I'm missing.
We're gonna get the Magnus
the social media questions.
Not just yet. I mean, there's plenty of other players we want to check. Definitely, we can come back to Magnus. Maybe let's jump into young Krzysztof Duda because he's one of the most creative players
and very, very, very promising chess talents in the world.
Recently, he was playing the candidates, which was not exactly what he was looking for because, I mean, young Krzysztof, he's never really hidden his ambition that he wants to become a world champion. I think in one of the interviews, he said that at an early age, he already imagined that at some point he's going to be the world champion. And I wish that he's going to do it someday. But here, right now, today, against Alexander Injic, the position is sharp. I mean, he's missing a pawn, but look at those bishops.
Oh, yeah, big time. My first impression is if it's my move, white is winning. I'm going to play bishop c4, queen g6, and rook on a3 to f3. And it's going to be wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, game over. So it better be black's move because I know what's on my agenda. I don't know about you, Arturs, but boy, those bishops sure make a powerful impression on my mind.
Black to move, yeah. which might make all the difference in the world. Think about moves like bishop d4, rook g5, knight g3. Maybe black even goes for some sort of a counterattack. Well,
But that
one
rook
thing
on a3 also defends.
yeah, it's very, very sharp. By the way, Yasser, there is a featured chat question. I believe what was the funniest moment that happened at the Chess Olympiad in the playing hall when you played?
Well, that's not the kind of question that really belies an instant answer, because in truth, when you get into the playing hall and you overcome that like giddiness and excitement, like here I am, I'm at my first Olympiad, it actually becomes a very serious matter, like, representing my flag, where's my board, where's my table, and everybody kind of goes into this kind of serious modes. So we don't really have funny moments in that sense. We have dramatic moments, we have tension-filled moments, we have emotional moments when the match goes against us or something like that. I've had people faint literally behind me. But it's not really funny. It's kind of like concerning, it's disconcerting. But for me personally, one of my funniest moments, and nobody's laughing about it, it's just a funny moment in my mind, was in Baku in 2016. I was the ladies captain, and there was this incredibly arrogant and ignorant rule that you had to ask the arbiter for permission to go to the bathroom. So it was day one, round one, and they had this incredibly stupid rule. You want to go to the bathroom? You got to ask the arbiter. So what did Yaz do? I introduced myself to the arbiter, and there was an arbiter for every table, right? Every match had a match arbiter. So I go up to my arbiter and Mr. Serwan, nice to meet you. Well, thank you very much. Excuse me, can I go to the bathroom? Well, yes, said the arbiter, you can go to the bathroom. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you. Could I go to the bathroom 30 minutes from now? The arbiter listens to my question, and she goes, why, yes, Mr. Serwan, you can go to the bathroom 30 minutes from now. Oh, thank you. That's such a great relief. That's such a good. Could I go to the bathroom 1 hour from now? So now she understands that I'm pulling her leg, that I'm actually being facetious. She goes, Mr. Serwan, you can go to the bathroom anytime you want. And I said, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Taking the rules and twisting them to my own advantage. I loved it. But yeah, right. That's not a funny moment. It was for me personally, but no, funny moments, they're like serious. By the way, what is Black going to do in this position? I'm looking at this position more and more and more, and there's a problem. I don't see a good move.
Sharp. It's super sharp. So the bar says Black is slightly better. I don't think it's completely irrelevant.
Are we sure that bar is actually functioning? Like, did it take a time out and say I'm taking a break?
But there might be some rook d2, which could force the queen trade. Maybe that's what makes all the difference in the world, because either queen e4, queen c4, there could be queen d4 check. So if you don't protect the bishop, then you would have to play queen f5, and I don't know what happens then after queen f7, queen h5. Difficult to tell.
Again, I'm sorry. Why is this difficult to tell? I mean, okay, fine, great. You played the move rook d2, queen c4. Go ahead.
Queen c4, queen d4 check.
King h1.
And I trade queens, so I should be, I guess, happy. I'm not sure.
Queen takes c4, bishop takes c4. I'm threatening to win the game on the spot. Bishop f7 takes h5.
Right, you're saying it's difficult to defend the pawn. Maybe you're right, actually.
I'm looking at it. I'm saying that who's having the fun? Rook.
Yeah, definitely. You're the one. Yeah, you're the one. Because
and you didn't play any bad moves, by the way. And now I see the bar through the roof. It didn't seem to me like you played a bad move, queen d4 check, and I just move my king, and maybe here you shouldn't take my queen.
Maybe a sacrificed exchange? Is it or okay, that's already reaching, right? I mean, I'm not sure to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, that's a game we'll keep our eye on. Again, if you don't mind these wonderful matches that are happening between India and Georgia, the team, the second team for India, the Danger Squad, with all of those incredible talents. And if you haven't seen our profile of that India clip, please do make an effort, because it's such a, it's an amazing story. It's kind of a Cinderella story in some ways, as we're watching these young lions.
Let's go back to Gukesh, right?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
All right, here we go. Gukesh. He did push F5 immediately.
Look at what we're talking about. Trying to provoke a weakness. He did with G6. And then, as Garry Kasparov, one of the world's greatest attackers, say, an attack begins with a pawn. And here we see this move F4, F5. And as you're pointing out, Artur, E6 is on White's agenda after the move F5. And yeah, wow. Okay, Black's feeling the heat here after this move.
Black is definitely feeling the heat. All right, let's jump to the second board. Let's see what's happening in Melkumyan against Tsar. And Black looks like he is quite close to equalize, because, of course, White has this pawn on extra pawn.
Yeah.
But I don't see how do you capitalize on that, because knight e2, rook trade, the pawn on b2 is dropping. You play something like king e2, king d3, you need to watch out for the king side pawns, right? It's not so easy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, White's only chance is just as you said. You got to go king e2, king d3, and when the rook is protected, let's say you start, for argument's sake, with the move rook c2, a useful move. We'll go rook c2. My next turns are intended just as you described them: king e2 to d3, and I want to go knight takes a4 once my rook is protected. And you're going to go for my a pawn.
Problems.
Yeah?
There could be problems. You know, if you play something like king e2, now the rook h6 could be an issue. Of course, it drops the pawn on a4.
Right.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this, but probably even at some point, Black can even enter a rook endgame, and somehow because of these pawns, he's going to make a draw. I guess we're going to see.
Yeah, it could be a race. It could be one of those things where you take the h2 pawn off the board. I'll take the a pawn off the board. And, you know, you'll be pushing the h7 pawn. I'll be pushing the queenside pawns, and we'll see who gets to the finish line. And on the next board, please.
Next board is Magnus Carlsen against Tersahakian. There's no attack. Remember this queen on h3 when White was trying to do something, try to get to the pawn on h7, try to touch it. Nothing like that happened. So Tersahakian made a beautiful maneuver. Look at this: knight e5, knight g6, securing the king. This already signals
solid.
Nothing, nada. There's nothing gonna happen there. So here he already had to accept a defeat and improve the queen to a better square. And he got d4.
And he got d4. Okay, so I am assuming knight. We now go knight takes f4, knight takes f4. C5 takes d4, and I'm assuming we put our bishop. Well, where do we put our bishop? Back to d2.
Something is not right. Something is not right with White's position, because I'm looking at the Black's position. His piece placement is pretty harmonious, right? Okay, bishop on b7, maybe bishop d6 or c5. We're going to figure it out. But look at White's pieces, right? I mean, everything feels a bit, cramped.
Yes.
Cramped. I mean, it's not ideal. The bishop on b1 should be standing on d3 to block the pawn on d4.
Clear.
The knight on f4, what's he doing there, really, right? I mean, maybe some cheap pawns.
I can, if we just continue the line for just a moment, bishop to d2, bishop to David 2. Again, I'm thinking that the knight on f4, as you described it, is like misplaced. Maybe it will find a good square on d3, and on a very good day, I get to go queen c7 and trade off some of my cramped pieces. I do feel it's a little bit unpleasant for white.
There's a party right there at the queen side, right?
I know.
Everybody's there.
Right.
Everybody's there. So I think this is a good signal to start to go at the king, right? So while
Right.
everybody's tucked away at the queen side, you want to remind white, listen, you have your issues here at a king side.
Right, right. And these are the types of things that black starts thinking about. Queen g6 and
Right. Okay, let's move
just
on.
made a move. Yeah,
Let's move on. Fourth board, Robert Karfkanisian against Runa.
we'd like white literally out of the opening, and we still like white. In fact, no moves. So I suspect there's just a little bit of a transmission delay going on in this one.
I think if this is Karfkanisian's plan to get this kind of position after the opening, it's a complete success, right?
Yes,
so
precisely.
This is something you can play forever. 100 moves, there's no risk for you unless he's somehow gonna blunder an exchange sacrifice of d4, which, I don't see how he can miss that. And then black is somehow dominating with the bishop and a-pawn. This is a very ugly position for black. The bishop on b4 is protecting the pawn on d6. Also, black needs to address the weaknesses of the king side.
Yep.
Doesn't look good. There was, by the way, yes, sir. There was a suggestion from the chat to check Eric Hansen's game.
Absolutely. Eric and I go way back with the chess bras, as Eric was like a pioneer in the world of streaming, and he just opened up a whole new world for our beloved sport. White sacrificed an exchange, but
For
got
the second day in a row.
two healthy pawns. The pawns on b3 and e4, and that anchored bishop, more than sufficient compensation for white. I was going to say, is it? Yeah, this is how it goes.
How they got it. That looks a bit complicated sequence.
What?
White takes the pawn. Black says, okay, it's going to cost you an exchange. White says, okay, let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
So he has two pawns. Visually, I like white more.
Absolutely.
And e4, beautiful move, centralizing pieces, g6. Well, again, I mean, it's the second day in a row for Eric, because it was yesterday, right?
Yes,
Anish Giri, when he allowed this exchange sacrifice on c6, which felt very natural. But then again, you started to ask this question. I mean, why? Why do you do this? Why? And again, here, this looks pretty forced.
Mm-hmm.
All of this sequence, I mean, he wanted this.
He provoked
played
it.
knight e4, rook e8. He wanted this. He evaluated this to be good. And Diak said, okay, I mean, let's do it, right? So this is quite straightforward line. And the big question then is, how do you evaluate it? Because it's not really so simple. Bishop and two pawns, they're slightly superior to the rook, but there's some other elements like the king safety, the piece placement. I'm not sure what Eric missed here. I would definitely prefer white.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of any variation that you calculate this position, you calculate to the end of, let's say, forcing route. And at the end, you have a judgment call to make. Is this position that I visualized good for me as compared to this position on the board at the moment? If that line of play works out in my favor, I'm going to go there. And that's a question of judgment. That's one of the things where, a lot of people can calculate very, very well, but then at the end, their judgment is impaired and they make the wrong judgment that, no, this position is great for me. Eric seems to be overestimating the exchange. He did it again in the game with Anish, and I think he's doing the same thing today. He likes the rooks. We all like rooks. But it's not, this looks like a position that's favoring the bishop. I mean, I love this idea of just going king g2, h4. The reason I go king g2 and h4 as white is it just secures everything around the king. There's no queen f3s. There's no back rank mates. There's no weird things happening with queen h3 or queen f3. So I'm just kind of chill. And then the next thing I do is I go, my bishop on d5 controls the a8 square. Yay. I'm going to create a pass pawn.
That's a very strong bishop. Yeah. So
That's
white has a simple
mighty
plan, organize a pass pawn at the queen side.
Right. And with the support of the bishop on d5, I'll push them, baby, for all they're worth. So king g2, h4, and then let's get on with business by advancing the pawn. Now, in the meanwhile, Eric should recognize that his bacon is getting cooked. And he needs to play, and I'm not kidding, he needs to play the move black rook to c2. In other words, the black rooks need to coordinate themselves, and you want to trade off a rook, and you want to create your own counterplay against the f2 pawn. If Eric doesn't get his rooks into play, and I don't know how he's supposed to do it, should he go rook e7, rook takes d5, rook e2? He needs to get counterplay before it's too late.
I don't see how he can get the rook on c2 unless he is going to make 3 moves in a row.
Yeah. Well, I would probably start with something like rook on d8 to d7, queen to e5, rook to c7. That kind of thing. I mean, I got to challenge the open c file. I mean, the rooks need open files. That's why they're rooks. And if Eric doesn't do that, he's going to be suffering.
Right. All right. While Eric here is suffering and Yak is playing another beautiful game, and to remind you, couple of days ago, the young Romanian grandmaster crossed 2,700 ELO in live rating list. He's only 20 years old, very talented, hardworking lad from Romania. So bright future ahead for Romanian chess. So let's jump in. I want to check if this game is finished already. Anish Giri against Badur Jabava. Remember this beautiful exchange sacrifice? It feels really fitting because Anish was playing yesterday against Eric, where he sacrificed an exchange, and today Anish is again in the sacrificing spirit. Another exchange sacrifice on the board.
Looks really, really good for white. In fact, when we left it, it looked so good. I'm kind of amazed that Jabava has fought his way to a position, because really we left it. We saw this move queen f4 by Anish. It was hitting a pawn on queen f. Yeah, it was queen f4, right? It was hitting a pawn on d6. Yeah. It was hitting a pawn on the king side, like maybe g4. Yeah. Right here after queen f4, I just thought, oh God, how do I even survive? And this is how we see Jabava surviving.
No, it's not surviving. It's
suffering.
I mean, suffering. Clearly, Anish here is not going to play e7 because this is where maybe a less experienced player would play e7 automatically, and he would be very happy to win the exchange. Right. But we already discussed with Yasser, this knight on d5, it's already worth a rook, if not more.
It's a beauty.
Powerful combination.
And we don't want to allow rook takes c4, which fully explains why Anish played the move rook f4. And in his mind, Anish is thinking that he's just going to go king takes h3 and then kind of escort the pawns up the board. And that's going to be a grisly fate. Yeah.
Just a Zuxman, because there is no king g7. As soon as you play king g7, I play f6. That's it. You're done. You can't do that. King g6, f7, e7, these pawns start marching forward. You cannot play king g8 because that is just a useless move. I can just take it. I can give a fork, whatever you want. These pawns are not going anywhere. So I don't think Badur can really trade the rooks, but what can he do? Because h5 is king h3. No, that's it.
That's it. By the way, Snack Bandit has a kind of a comment there from chat. Magnus and Smirnov versus Carlsen is equal. So I guess that means that Carlsen is completely winning. And that's exactly the way I felt, Snack Bandit. I was far too optimistic in my view. So like, for example, I'm black and I play really good game, whatever, and I equalize. The moment I equalize, I think I'm better. Right. Why do I think I'm better when I equalize with black? Because of the trend, right? The trend's in my favor. You follow me, right, Arturs? You get it. Like I started, I was a little bit worse, but now it's equal. I must be better. The trends go.
Wait. I don't say this is equal. Just a second.
What?
I think Magnus here needs to be careful because look at the position.
Why is this equal? Why?
It's not equal.
Magnus is up 2 pawns.
No. Wait. His king is in danger. So I see that the white king is secured. So there's no a5, b4 ideas. The action at the queen side is closed. So if he pay attention to a couple of moves here. So look at this.
Okay, this is where we left it, in fact.
Yeah, this is where we left it. Knight e2, insisting on the pawn grab on g4, knight g3. This is a very common idea of the Sicilian dragon. And I think that Anton knows this. He has definitely studied Sicilian dragon. He thinks if this is applicable here. So you sacrifice 2 pawns, get to the black king. And I don't think that Magnus really likes this. I mean, maybe he's confident in his chances, but this means that Smirnov is meaning business here. He's gathering all the pieces towards the black king. I'm seeing moves like rook g1, getting the pawn on g6. I see moves like knight f5. There's a dangerous attack.
Oh, no question about it. The attack's very dangerous. When I saw the chat question comment there, I was thinking that the position was equal, not that the position was, a mess with imbalances, material imbalances, and, like you just pointed out, king position, dangerous kind of king position. Well, and now that we are on a Magnus's game, our producers have created a very nice profile about the Norwegian team. Let's have a look at our profile.
The Olympiad is the ultimate team competition in chess. However, Norway's chances for medaling for the first time likely rest on the shoulders of one player. That player also happens to be the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen will be in Chennai to represent Norway for the first time since 2016. Inevitably, he is key to a potential Norwegian success story. If Team Norway is to find a spot on the podium, or even shock the world and win it all, Carlsen must dominate. Still, even a dominant world champion will need help. Fortunately for Norway, the supporting cast is the strongest that it's ever been. Arjen Tari, the 2017 World Junior Chess Champion, is one of the world's top 100 players and will play the second board for Norway. Tari was just 14 years old when Carlsen became world chess champion, but now, though young, he is an experienced competitor and a valuable Norwegian star. Also representing Norway's post-Carlsen generation are Johann Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal. They too were but teenagers when Carlsen reached the pinnacle of individual chess. Now they must hold their own if Norway is to reach the top of team chess. Jon Ludvig Hemmer, Carlsen's longtime friend and a former 2700 player, rounds out this exciting team. Hemmer also has been a valued second to Carlsen in some of his greatest successes. The Norwegians have never medaled in the Olympiad, but this year, Norway is seeded third. With their high seeding comes high expectations of taking home their first medal.
Well, that was a great profile of Team Norway. Nice. While we are at it, Anton gathered courage and pulled knight f5, immediately going after the world champion's king. The bar says, no, sir. I mean, it's not working, but to be honest, it looks incredibly scary. But now that we are talking about Team Norway, I mean, they have a very impressive lineup, right? So number 3 seeded. Thanks to the huge boost of the world champions, highest rating in the history of chess, 28, whatever rating is right now, 64. He was highest ever at 28.82, highest rating ever Now he has got support, which is Ari and Tari, the rising star. I think it's only a matter of time when they're going to get to 20, when he's going to get to 2700. The ever experienced Jon Ludwig Hammer, he was 2700 before. The young guns like Christensen and Urkedal. I mean, it's a very impressive team.
No question about it. These young Norwegians, well, I mean, they're inspired by Magnus Carlsen. Let's be frank. World champion like Viswanathan Anand inspired generations of Indian players, and we're seeing those seeds that were planted as soon as 2013. As soon as Magnus Carlsen became world champion, Norwegians kind of put off their skates and their skis, and they said, well, let's learn how to play chess, and let's be like Magnus. And the same thing happened with Vishy as well. Now, here we are, well, not 10 years later, but 9 years later, and you're right, the Tari of the world, and this is a good squad, but at the moment, they really have not clicked just perfect yet. They still have time. There's, well, we are at the halfway point, if we will. They still have time. These championship games are coming up, the championship rounds, but they made their lives more difficult with the loss and the draw. They need to start putting together a string of convincing victories and to carry them forward. It will be a very interesting sprint to the finish.
And they had quite a tough matches behind them, because Team Norway lost against Italy.
Yes.
Which round was it? I think it was round number three.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was round number 3. And then they had this a bit strange match with a strange finish in the end against Mongolia, right? So all of you probably already heard about it. This slight controversy on board 4 between Ari and Tari and his opponent. There was this strange threefold repetition claim, which was approved by the arbiter. The arbiter in the end was wrong, but either way, I mean, Team Norway has dropped 3 points, 3 match points.
3 match points.
And but I mean, still, it's only in the middle of the tournament. All of the teams, they're going to drop points. So while all the top teams, they're going to fight between each other, drop points, finish in a draw. Somebody's going to lose. Team Norway is slightly going to climb up, I guess.
Yeah, well, the idea is that in the Swiss system of pairing, so you have these top scorers playing against the same top scorers. If you lose a match, you're going to fall down to these lesser teams, and then you can quickly climb back. That at least is the idea. Sometimes between the cup and the lip, a little drop, a slip. Could you go back for a second, because Anton played this aggressive knight f5, like you said. He got that courage, and Magnus quickly played knight takes e4, and I wasn't too sure why Magnus didn't take the knight.
And what after the take?
Take and say bishop, I don't care, bishop to c4, let's go.
That's mate in 1 threat, no? Oh wait, it's not a mate.
No.
I felt it's a mate. I just magically escaped this king g8. By the way,
well, and I'm thinking the rooks along the 7th ranks on d7 and b7, apologize, cover a lot of good squares, protect the bishop on g7, which protects the knight on f6, and the queen on d8 is patrolling the open d file. And I'm like, why can't I take the knight?
Yeah, but this is so scary, because if you miss 1 shot, you're done immediately. Out. I mean, I think that definitely. By the way, the bar confirms. Yeah, so you're right. Yeah, bishop c4 is the strongest move. But also think about from the Magnus's perspective. If he misses like 1 shot, like rook g1, queen g6, or now it's threatened queen g7. Of course, I mean, you're going to argue with me and say, listen, this is still winning because of king g8. But my point is, I think that Magnus...
No, king e8, not king g8.
Yeah,
king e8. To run away from the king side, to protect the bishops. The rooks do a great job protecting the bishop. Maybe on a good day, I get to go rook takes d3. And the
But
king will.
this is practical choice. I think it's practical
Okay.
because
Okay.
I think he saw this position from afar, and
Yeah.
he maybe felt that knight x on e4 is definitely playable. And after knight h6, queen h6, I think he wants to play now bishop f5 to secure the king side, put the king on e6. But
Okay.
you know, I think what you were saying there also was very, very reasonable.
Yeah. Well,
What do you think?
sometimes.
We move on?
Yes, by all means.
Jordan, yeah.
Sorry, I am in. I do live in Holland. My wife is Dutch, and I can assure you, after each and every broadcast, the first question she asks is, "How did the Dutch team do?" So we got to ask, "How is Jordy?" So I
Jordy's
can.
doing awesome.
Awesome. Well, that's very
Awesome.
good. Yvette will be very happy with my report.
Right, and I see there was a dear viewers. There's a suggestion in the chat to check Jumabayev against Navarra. You know, these two players, I would love to check every day because you know I think it was yesterday's round, Yasser, when Navarra delivered this beautiful checkmate. Did you see?
No, I didn't see it.
5h7 checkmate. I think it was
Oh,
yesterday against Mongolia. What was it? Yesterday, whatever.
yeah.
One of the most beautiful combinations where David sacrificed the queen and delivered a mate. Super nice checkmate pattern. And here we are gonna jump back to that game very next. But here Jordy has
the whole world in his hands. And the move rook d2, bishop takes c4 check. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It looks like black is just cruising here. This looks really, really nice for Jordy.
You have to go king g1, and now there should be some killer blow.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, queen g3 drops the rook.
Unfortunately, there.
Now where is it then?
Do it.
d1.
Rook d1 check is nice.
And something like queen h2. Does it win it?
Yeah, that's the one. Queen h2, and oops, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's I love. I don't know about you. I'm a big fan of the puzzle rush. I think first of all, I think it's a really, really great training tool. I regret that I didn't have such a training tool when I was growing up in chess. Instead I have these books, you know, winning chess tactics, and you got to find the but I love the puzzle rush, and I like puzzle survivor. What about you? Are you a fan of these puzzle?
I mean,
contests?
I'm streaming that.
Even so, you love
I'm
it.
streaming my puzzle rush runs of 3 minutes usually on puzzle rush survival, so I know all about it. So
good. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I discovered it only for myself only, but I like it. I really do. Jordy found something even more convincing for his taste. The move queen.
It's probably going to be pretty much the same, no?
Rook, bishop c4, bishop c4, and rook d1.
Yeah, that's even better.
Yeah.
Chat?
Nice.
Beautiful. Upload.
Applause. Where's the gold coin?
Also in the studio. All right, let's jump in. I think that Van Forest is going to do it, and also he got some help from Anish, who has already wrapped up his beautiful exchange sacrifice game against Badur Jabava, who clearly slightly overpushed.
Well, I wanted to say that Jabava provoked Anish into attacking. And Anish said, okay, I'm happy to do so.
Jumabayev has had, I think, a bit string of not very successful results lately, because I still remember how he knocked out from the World Cup Fabiano Caruana, previous World Cup, whichever round it was, one of his greatest achievements in the career so far. And I see the rating has declined a little. It's understandable, right? You reach the highest point of your career, you beat one of the best players in the world in a mini match format, and then it's difficult sometimes to get back. Here this looks quite equalish.
It's the weirdest thing, Arturs. It really, really is the weirdest thing. You look, today we're talking in glowing terms about Kakesh and Prague. Like they're up and coming 16-year-olds, and they're breaking the 2,700 barriers. I saw this young kid, Phenom, from China. His name was Wei Yi. And the kid was breaking every kind of record in the books. And you just, oh my gosh, the world is this oyster. This guy is going to, rewrite history. And then sometimes they just plateau. Wei Yi, it's always dangerous player. But in the last, dare I say, pandemic years, the last, say, 3 years, he seemed to have just kind of plateaued.
Right.
Can't make it. You can't understand why people keep soaring and others just kind of find a ceiling.
I think it's because it's incredibly competitive environment in today's chess. There's so many strong players. So
Right.
I mean, that's why you need to keep working. Sometimes need a bit of luck. But while we're talking about it, I think, Yasser, we are going to make another break because
Good idea.
I have a feeling that first time control is about to approach us. The finish of the first time control is going to approach us very soon because this game of Rinat Jumabayev against David Navarra, they already reached 40 moves. Then after 40 moves, everybody's going to get extra 30 minutes. And usually this is the moment when a lot of games finish. So I think this is a very good moment for us to take the break, come back in 5 minutes and jump in back in the action with the top boards.
See you on the other side.
Play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level. Whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster, you can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And we are back live from the 44th World Chess Olympiad, Chennai, India, following the action between here, the Mirage Gukesh against Gabriel Sargsyan. Your host today are Grandmasters Yasa Servan. I'm Arthur Nekshans. This is round 6. The game of Gukesh, it looks like Gukesh is about to score another win. But while we talk about this game in action, I would like to mention to you one of the most exciting events that Chess.com has prepared for you. It's the Global Championship. So Chess.com Global Championship play-in phase has reached its conclusion. Catch the final chance for titled and untitled players alike to join people like Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more players in the 64-player knockout phase. It's Chess.com's biggest prize fund ever, with $1 million up for grabs and $200,000 for the first place. Catch all the action right here on Chess.com.
Thank you very, very, very much to all the sponsorship and to Chess.com for providing an opportunity for players to get ahead. Jumping back into the game, I see what has happened. Somehow White's promoted a pawn, and it's a rook and bishop versus queen position. Now, in these kinds of positions, it's really about the quality of the king positions. Sometimes it's a perpetual check, other times the kings are safe, as well as the quality of the pawns. I'm looking across the board, and I'm seeing a passed a pawn for White. And I think that's very, very significant, Arturs, because it basically means the rook and the bishop are going to be stretched to stop this a pawn from running up the board. And just feels like a winning position for White.
Yeah, it feels like it's a winning combination. Whatever happened before, let's not focus too much on that, because the first time control is about to finish. What matters really is the queen against the bishop and the rook. And I think that with this last move that was played by rook g6, he wanted to play bishop b6, establish some kind of fortress. But now after queen a5, yeah, I think this is 6 out of 6, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, what an extraordinary success. Wow. I mean, you can't think of a better debut. I mean, you're playing for the first time in an Olympiad for your country. You know, you got butterflies in your tummy and you start with 5 out of 5. Well, what could be better than 5 out of 5? I mean, come on, archers.
I mean,
What could be
there's
better?
7 out of 7, which is unofficially labeled as I did a Fabi. Yeah, I did a Fabi. So 7 out of 7. So if Gukesh in this tournament is going to score 8 out of 8, maybe we can make it like I did a Gukesh. Yeah?
Exactly. I had 3 times in my career where I won 7 Grandmaster games in a row. Grandmaster games, not open tournaments and stuff like that. Yeah, wow, a Gukesh.
Right. So Queen E5 check here's on the board. Gukesh is on the verge of winning. So let's check also. I think some very interesting games are ongoing in the Team United States. One of the heavy favorites of the tournament, and Fabi is doing awesome. Look at the bar, and the position is spelling trouble for the Iranian star.
Absolutely. Also to interrupt you, to say that we do have 2 results already in this match. 2 draws. Levon Aronian and I believe Wesley So have already made a draw. 2 remaining games. And as you said, happy to see Fabi's position. Fabi, we love you. Well done. I mean, you take on F5, you hit the bishop, you put your bishop on E4, and that's curtains. That is just positional domination. Fabi looking in cruise control. What about the other remaining game? That would be the Lanier.
Lanier is playing with black against Bardia Naneswar. And I think he's happy with the draw. He's going to do it for the team. I don't see that black can ever win this with so active rook on A7 and a bishop on D5.
No.
Yeah, looks pretty equalish. Like
Absolutely.
maybe just keep the rook on C3, do nothing at all. So Team United States at the moment is cruising to a victory, 2.5 against 1.5. That's what it looks like if nothing is going to happen with Caruana scoring a victory.
Not a convincing victory at all, but a victory nonetheless. Again, those board points will be crucial for any tiebreakers. America is looking at this competition increasingly like we can't go into a tie with India 2 for the gold medals. India 2 with their board points, their extraordinary number of board points, are going to win any tie breaks. America is getting itself further and further into position. We just got to win all of our matches. That's it. Whether it's 2.5.
This is the team match result. That's
exactly.
2.5, whatever, 4-0, whatever. I mean, as long as the team wins,
that's it.
That's what really matters, because it's the big points, the team points, and then which are counted. And in case there is a tie, okay, sure, then the small points, like individual points, are counted. All right. I think we can now pay a little also attention to the ladies section. Since we are talking about Team United States, I think we could also check how the Team USA ladies are doing.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And first of all, who do we play? Who is America? America, unfortunately, sorry to say it, has not performed very well in the first 5 rounds. Hopefully, they'll be able to improve their performance in the second half. And where are we playing? Venezuela? No, wait.
It's actually, it feels like some sort of a continental championship, right? Because Team USA already has played how many teams from American continent, right? It's Venezuela, Peru,
right?
Which was, again, I forgot. There was another country.
We lost, in fact, to
Mongolia.
Oh boy, right? Yeah, Mongolia. What do we got here? What is this position?
Right. So, I mean, if I would have to choose somebody, it's definitely black, because I have the greatest respect for the knight on f4.
Yes.
Knight on f4. Let's say I play g6, I play queen e5. I'm not sure what's the right order. And the knight on f4 appears to be dominating the bishop on d1. However, I think white's last move a5, trying to get something going at a queen side.
Yeah, but you're not going to win the game with just your king pardon me, your queen alone, right? So let's say black, just for argument's sake, goes king a7 and say, okay, where are your supporting, so your supporting attackers? King a7, you go a takes b6, king takes b6, and unless you can play queen a5 mate, you need a rook over there to be able to do that. The rook on g1's not performing. So I'm with you on this one. I like the knight on f4. I like the dark square, dark squares for black.
Right. Yeah, the dark squares look really good. So what could really play a big role here is black's time management, because she has only 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Still, the position doesn't seem so difficult to play. Maybe let's move on to the second board.
Please.
Very quickly. Let's very quickly check how they're doing, and so that we know. Okay, you're in a crush. Everybody else is finished. Nobody told
What?
me. Everybody else is finished.
We're presenting this match as if it's like everything is wonderful, and it's suddenly 3-0 USA. Like what?
Better check that. Right. The USA is doing
no.
all right. Yeah, they're doing it right. 3-0. Okay. I should have checked it. All right, this is the only game then. Only game then. Tokirionova is playing the final game, so this means that USA is going to come back. They're doing great, but now we have to pay attention also to the top boards and maybe have a peek in the India against Georgia.
No question about it. Once again, when we started the show, and I really mean to emphasize this point, if you told me that India, Team India A was playing against Georgia for the gold medals, and this was the last round, I believe you. These are two powerful heavyweight teams in the ladies' game, and so let's pay our respects to this clash between India and Georgia. First of all, before you get started, Artur, I want to ask you, any results? If you say it's 3-0.
No results.
Okay,
no results.
all 4 games.
All
right.
check.
4 games in progress, and what do we have?
It's a bit surprising that USA played already 3 decisive games so quickly, although usually the games do finish, about the end of the first time control.
Yep. Yes, they
that would caught me a bit off guard. Here, definitely, White is doing great. I love White's position.
No
bishop
question.
e5, strong bishop, c7, bishop e6. I think this is curtains for black.
Yeah, and especially because the open e file as well. Once you play bishop takes d5, that open e file is so compelling. You just start piling up things. I don't care if the queen lands on e6 or e7 or the rook lands. And you can use that c pawn as a decoy as well. Looks great.
Looks really good.
White here.
So the second board is Karika Dranavali against Nino Basashvili. This looks quite drawish.
Yep.
Not much to see there. This pawn is traded for this pawn. You carry over 30 moves. You offer a draw. The opponent accepts.
And you go on.
This is how it usually goes.
Yep.
Second board is Vaishali, the sister of
Is this third board? Third board.
I think so.
Well, not the second board.
No.
Harika was board 2, right?
Yeah.
And
Harika was board 2. And they just finished, by the way.
Yes.
So Vaishali is third board here. White is winning, if I dare to say.
Well, 2 minor pieces versus a rook is generally speaking even, but there's a monster e-pawn, monster passer. I thought I just saw the move queen e6 check. She went knight e7 check. King went to h8, the knight remaneuvered to f5. Got it.
If this pawn was gone, if it was gone and we remove these 2 pawns at the queen side, I would say that black has decent chances to save it.
And there it is.
In blow. That's it.
Yeah, beautiful. Rook g8. Very nice maneuver there by White. We just got a chance to see it. The knight made this beautiful pivot. It went knight c6 to e7 check, king to the corner, knight f5, threatening mate on g7, and then the knight delivers mate on f7. Sweet. Very, very nice
India takes the lead.
maneuver.
India takes in the match, and with the top board again going back here, Connor Kumpi looking at dominating position against Nana
Yes.
Zagnita. It's safe to assume that India is going to continue winning, because here's the final board: Melia Salome on the fourth board against Tanya Sachdev.
And this is a balanced position, and
Yeah.
Team India is looking really, really good. If this game ends in a draw and they've got the two wins in the pocket, how sweet it is.
I think it's quite safe bet that Team India is going to continue their dominance. They're showing they're the strongest. At least on the paper, the team here doing really well. Still, of course, the big matchups are ahead. What do you think, Yasser? We move on to the second board where Team Ukraine is playing against Romania.
Yes.
Remember that crazy game?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Let's do it.
I think it's let's start with the crazy.
That was where the two kings, there was like a king on E2 in the middle of the board. There was a king on D8 in the middle of the board. What?
This is the position right now.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, from what had been a crazy tactical Donnybrook has settled down into should be a technically winning ending.
So those of you who missed, I'm just going to slowly replay for you some of the most juiciest moves I've ever seen so far in the Olympiad. Check out this one. Yeah, check out this one. G6, G takes, put a queen, and just calmly take the pawn.
Right.
And then on top of that, sacrifice the rook, just like that.
With your king in the center.
And the king's in the center, just like that.
Right.
And somehow the position simplified, and they got here like this.
Whoa.
What a game. What a game by Bomaga. I'm absolutely stunned. She's playing here fantastic chess. Yesterday against Kashlinskaya, this is crazy endgame, 2 pawns against the knight. Very interesting chess by Irina. And today, I would say that white is very close to win. I'm not sure if these pawns are going to somehow roll forward, but if they do, then black is done. No?
Yeah, exactly. I do think they do roll forward, bishop to E3, just to kind of take the sting out of the move rook D3 check, and then, A pawn. It's all about pushing the A pawn up the board as fast as it can go. Push 'em, baby, is the name of this game.
All right, that is the second board actually, but we immediately switched to it because there is such excitement going on. One of the top games so far in the women tournament. The first board, Maria's older sister Anna Muzichuk here has a very nice position, and look at this. The knight on F6.
Well, black needs. I was going to say an extra piece here to justify the position, because black doesn't have an extra piece. It's game, set, and match as far as I'm concerned. This knight on F6, we talked about Alekhine's theory that the knight on F6 on the 6th rank, C6, D6, E6, F6 is worth an exchange. In this position, white is eyeballing the G5 pawn. Compensation, attack, and material all for white. And we have a beautiful profile, by the way, of the Ukrainian team. Shall we share it with the viewers or keep it for ourselves?
No, I think we shared it.
Okay.
Let's check it out.
We'll be generous.
Perched as the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Maria Muzichuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Maria will play the top board. Maria isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Muzichuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a gold medal for the first time since 2006. A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
Wow, what a profile of Team Ukraine,
Nice.
the woman team. And here, Anna Mozachuk looks about to equalize the score because the top board, I think Irina Bulmaga is, I'm sorry, the second board is Irina Bulmaga is set to win her younger sister, Maria.
Right.
And probably everything is going to be decided on the fourth board where Yulia Osmak is playing against Daria Lechachi Miruna, which is actually quite
Wow, a close match, I want to say. This is
very unclear, right?
Yeah, Romania has been playing a wonderful tournament thus far. Great fights going on across the board here, and this feels like a match that can go in many directions still.
It can go either way easily, because if this rook lands on c3 and somehow black can persuade white to take on c3, this pawn becomes a monster. On the other hand, if he just look cold-bloodedly at the position white has an extra pawn, and if white manages, for example, put the knight on f5, trade the bishop on g7, she might simply collect the pawn on d4 for free. So it's quite difficult to predict how the game is going to progress.
No question about that. And again, if you don't mind giving me my daily dose of Magnus.
Magnus.
I mean, I'm like 80%. But I just need to fill up. Yeah, the last 20. If you don't mind.
I don't mind. All right. Let me try to find Magnus Carlsen's game against Anton Smirnov.
And by the way, once again, this was a crazy Nimzo defense, knight c6 on move 1 by Magnus against 1 e2 e4, showing he wants to mix it up. Anton decided, let's go. Went boom, 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 sacrificed some pawns on the king side, forced Magnus king to walk the plank. And
This sacrifice on f5.
Yeah, he got the sufficient amount of bravery to do that. But it looks like Magnus has kind of kept.
Wow. Queen
kept
g8,
the
pretty cold
position.
defense. King g8, king f6, rook h7, trying to simplify the position, queen d5, centralizing the pieces. I mean, Magnus is very cold-blooded defenders, right? But we were talking about Norway.
He needs to be, because guess what? Team Australia has actually taken the lead in the match. Who lost? Whoa.
Timur Koibakarov, who has been doing exceptionally well. I think I remember he also beat in one of the previous rounds Radoslav Wojtaszek. Now I pulled up his profile. He has scored so far 3.5 out of 4. He beat Wojtaszek.
Wow.
He got a 3 out of 3 now after beating Tari. The young Australian is 4.5 out of 5, and performance is going to be something like 2750, if not 2800. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Simply scary. So
very,
he defeated.
Very strong player, and the team Australia has become a force to reckon with. I mean, I remember something like 10 years ago, everybody was still young, right? Young talents, etc. Anton was young, and Timur was still not there. Yeah, I mean, they had, I think, maybe 1-2 grandmasters, but now look at them, right? They have Smirnov 26, Koibakarov is soon about to become 2600 level player, very hardworking guy. Very interesting team.
No question about it. And again, it's Aryan Tari that went down on board 2. And I'm guessing in this position that Magnus, with his extra pawns, is going to equalize the match, which means that down boards 3 and 4 is where it's all going to be decided. By the way, some updates. Diak with that handsome bishop on d5 and the 2 pawns did defeat Eric Hansen. So that game's in the books. And Jordi, the Forest, did win with black. When we left it, he had those really nice choices, and we just saw the move queen g3 by Jordi.
Right, but this game, by the way, I don't think it's still finished, because I see white's threats like queen d8, rook g8, right? You still need to be careful. But I'm pretty sure that Magnus is going to figure out. He has 39th move to make 2 moves for 3 minutes. He's going to make it. He's not going to blunder a mate. I don't think so.
Well, why not just rook d7 here? I kind of thought it was over. You surprised me by saying...
you know definitely how to kill excitement.
I lose all my invitations to parties. You'll be surprised, Archer.
It's not like queen h6, there's a mate, yeah?
There's a mate on c2. Yeah.
It's so simple. And if I play something like queen h2?
Maybe it's not so simple. I didn't see that move, funnily enough. A queen... Okay, I just have to sidestep the action, don't I? Or maybe...
I mean, maybe you can just sacrifice, of course, the piece, right? I mean, if you really want, but at least that's...
Well, then it's... how do you say? Then I feel like I've given you reasons for hoping.
Right.
Okay, he went king g7. Same question in this case, right?
This is his idea.
F2. You're right.
And
now we sacrifice. And
Magnus.
Oh, that was tricky world champions each and every time.
World champion.
Right?
Yeah.
And the problem is even when you pick off the pawn on F2, you don't get to take another pawn because it's with check.
Yeah.
It's with check.
I mean, maybe this is how the game is going to finish, but 3 extra pawns for the world champion should be more than enough. And if Anton cannot do that, the king's in the safety, the pawn on c2 needs to be protected. I think that's it. White is losing.
Okay, one more look, because now you made me look further. Bishop David 6. So
Bishop David 6, okay.
Yeah.
If I give just a check, I mean, without any calculation.
Right. I trade and bishop e5 check. Oh, you don't happily give me a checkmate, king h6, and you run away.
That'll be very tough to miss. Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. King h6 is the winning move in that case. Very good. So world champion, come on, guys. I need a little support, complains Magnus.
So he's fighting back, and what does it mean again? Since this is a time trouble, I think we have to mention that Domraj Gukesh has won his game.
Wow. By the way, defeating Sargsyan, that Gabriel, I want to say not that player, but Gabriel, I remember him along with Levon Aronian anchoring some gold medal teams. He's got quite a number of gold medals on his cabinet, let's put it that way. So that was a big win by Gukesh.
But the big news is that India too is about to lose, and this is something I did not really expect. So India's second team is going down today, because now look at this.
What happened? What happened?
Adiban is about to lose a piece, a full piece, just like that. Knight f2, knight c3, d2, d1. That's it. Lights out.
That's it. Okay, so that would mean 1-1.
That would mean, one draw already has been finished between Frans Melkumyan against Michal Sarin on the fourth board, decisive board. Remember this annoying endgame?
Yeah, I do.
Remember this one? I told you it's not so simple. You're right. You agree with me. And indeed, this pawn still remains, and Hovhannisyan is slowly managed to increase his position to a better and better. Now, this is a monster here on d6, and the black king's in danger.
Yeah, as we started the show, I said today's round 6, would be this wonderful wonderful clash of youth versus experience. Armenia comes in with a world of experience, a lifetime of achievement in the Olympiads, and India's looking, okay, with this young danger squad, how can we do it? And if you said the youth, if you supported the youth, I couldn't argue against you other than say, well, it's not over till it's over. And guess what? Armenia, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Youth is unsound, Artur.
Yeah, but I mean, anyway,
age and
everything's still okay, but
experience.
an amazing match, and I'm very
Wow.
happy for Team Armenia, who have lost their leader, Levon Aroni, and actually, I'm curious what's going to happen when Armenia is going to face Team United States.
One of the things that might very well, and by the way, Adi Adaban has resigned, which does equalize the match, which does make this our hero game as we're watching. It often happens, like if I'm the team captain and Wesley So is on my team and we're playing against the team Philippines, because I don't want you to play. I want you to be a tourist. I want you to be friendly with the Philippine team and just enjoy the day. So I would not want Levon Aronian to play against his former teammates. It's just a very uncomfortable feeling for everybody.
Right, it could be really stressful, but I guess let's not jump to
that conclusion. We still have a lot to go. Right.
Right. But this is definitely a possibility. Somebody switches the federation, and at some point you are facing your former countrymen, your friends, the people you have been playing together for many years. This is a really interesting topic we could talk about, but let's not just do that for the moment. We still need to see it happen. What is else happening there?
By the way, I'm just seeing all of these mating patterns for white. Rook to E1 check, king to F4, rook to F2 check, king to G5, bishop to D2 check. And, you're walking into this mate with the two rooks and the bishop. So I think this is dead. White has completely got this.
Can I talk, please? Can you also show the mate board once again if I play some random move like rook d7?
Oh, sure. I thought rook e1 check, king f4, rook f2 check, king to g5, bishop to d2 check. You have to go.
I should have played h5 better.
I
just for the sake of the mate, yeah? Okay, here we go.
Okay. You want to be helpful. Thank you very much.
Very good.
There we go. Very good.
Helpful.
Okay, and I agree, G3 is the right move. It's checkmate after all, but the double checkmate, take the move G3 back, rook F4 check, king G5, rook G4, double.
So you want to score extra points for this?
Precisely. And I want to petition the FIDE that I should get an extra rating point as a reward for a double checkmate.
That's actually pretty rare. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's very rare. I've never done it. I don't know about you. I mean, of course, in Blitz 100 times, but in tournament games, no. Double checkmates is rare.
All righty. Let's maybe check also some other boards.
Please.
So the big news here is that Team Armenia is set to become the sole leader after 6 rounds because Armenia is set to win India's second team 2.5 points against 1.5. Here you see this is the current result.
Wow.
And the second board, Team India, first team is winning at the moment against Team Uzbekistan. I believe that is Pentala Harikrishna, who did storm over Norway of the Satorov's Italian game. Remember this pawn push? USA is set to win against Iran. That's my current feelings right now. Cuba, Spain is maybe something we are going to have to check in a moment.
It's 1-1 as we speak. I see that on our nice graphic there.
Right. And maybe also let's check some more results here. This is board 6 to 10. Netherlands, 2 victories at the moment over Georgia. Do we see something sensational? not
Interestingly, that
really.
Germany and Italy have all of their games. No results in the Germany versus England. Italy. Why did I say England?
Right. But the
Germany.
many more games are about to finish very quickly because the first time control usually produces a chunk of the games to the final result. I think we have to check what's happening in this Uzbekistan's match because of the Satoru did lose his game, but there's more games ongoing.
Let's do it. And a big result there by Hari Krishna to, whenever you play somebody who's on this winning streak, you just have this feeling you're like, oh, I don't want to be the next victim, right?
Oh, by the way, an update very quickly. Yeah. A very quick update for you is that Fabiano Caruana has won his game against Parha Magsudlu. So here you see the game just finished. There was a handshake. Caruana scores a critical victory. I think this pretty much means that Team USA has won because I still see Dominguez playing on the fourth board. Do I? Or did they finish?
Yes, that looks like they're still at work there. But hold on, No, it looks like Lanier's just messing around with his badge. By the way, I don't know if you've ever had this moment. It's absolutely terrible and disgusting, and I don't have a real answer for it. But you're sitting at the board, everything's really nice, and then you suddenly have this panic, and you go to the bathroom, but you left your badge on the table.
Oh no!
Right? And coming into the playing hall, there's some security guy standing right there and show your badge. It's on the table over there. Usually I've had nice security people that they know me, they know my face. They kind of go, okay, go, but don't lose your badge. But you do take your badge off on occasion for whatever reasons, and you could get stranded. It's a problem.
It's a major problem.
Yes, it is.
It's a major problem. Yeah, I've never had it myself. I can definitely imagine. So Team USA wins 2.5 against 1.5. That's the score I'm getting.
Wonderful. Bravo. Again,
also, the women's team of USA was doing very good today. We checked it later. So good day for the Americans. Well done.
Yeah, when we started our show, we profiled Team India. And one of the things that was in that profile was 4-0. 4-0 as the Indian B team started this Olympiad in literally perfect style. America, I don't think, has had a single 4-0 result. And in fact, we've had quite a number of 2.5, 1.5 squeaky results, just getting the 2 match points, but not with the authority that a 2,800 team average deserves.
Right. Here we are moving to the Indian games, and while we are checking how Vidit Gujrathi is playing against Nodirbek Yakuboyev, actually I like Black's position slightly more, but our amazing team cast prepared a very nice profile of the first team of India. Let's check it out.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Hari Krishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the 3rd board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the 1st board is his. On the 2nd board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014 when they placed third. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but first place and a gold medal is the ultimate goal.
And it's quite important to mention that the former world champion Vishy Anand is not even playing for the top team. I mean, the chess legend from Chennai, he's taken the role of a mentor of Indian chess, of the Olympiad, promoting the Olympiad in how many towns was it? Something like 75 towns in total, bringing this torch all over in India. Amazing new tradition, which we might see ongoing. And yeah, by the way, while we're talking about Team India, I see that the third board, Jawahir Sindarf against Arjun Rigaisi, have finished in a draw. And this means that Team India, first team, is currently leading 1.5 against half a point. So yes, sir, I have a suggestion.
Please.
We could go through some games.
Okay.
And we try to predict how the match is going to finish, right? So we stroll through as many matches as we can and give our expert evaluation.
Exactly. My crystal ball is a little bit cracked, but I'm game.
All righty. So this is Vidit Gujrathi. Since Abdusatorov has lost, I think that Yakoboyev feels that he needs to play. But how would you rate this game to finish?
I like Black's position, so I would give Black draw odds here. I think that a draw is a likely result, but if anybody's going to win it, it would be Black.
All right. I also think so. So here, fourth board, Sasikiran against Tavakidov. Whoa, now Black is doing really good here. I mean, look at this pawn structure, very healthy.
Right.
Pawn on e4 is very weak.
Bishops of opposite color, but this bishop on b4 just kind of feels like a very big pawn. And I would be much happier playing Black. I think that Black is a heavy favorite to win this position.
So do I. So I think that then Yakoboyev is in a very pleasant situation because once again, if you go back to, I lost it slightly. Where is it? This is, here it is. Yeah. So if his teammate is going to win it, he can still pull it forever. I mean, try to play it for the win, but now he is not really stressed to win it.
Right.
Because the team is not losing. Most likely they're going to equalize on the fourth board. I would expect still 2-2. That's my prediction. No? You disagree?
2-2. Just not my crystal ball is not revealing. 2-2 sounds fair. Sounds fair. I just trying to predict, right? All right. So one of the top matches today is also Spain against Cuba, the surprising Cuban team. I see that there's a couple of results. I see that Alexei Shirov has played a draw against Yasser Quezada Perez. It's so strange for me to hear you saying Yasser has made a draw. I'm the only Yasser in the chess world, is it? But no.
Not the only one.
Not true. Not the only one. A draw. Very good.
It's a draw, and we didn't see this. At some point, Shirov was in some slight time trouble, but apparently everything was working out for him. Okay. Another game which has finished in a draw is Quezada Perez Luis against Santos Latasa, one of the strongest, youngest talents coming from Spain. Rather unbalanced position, if I dare to say. And then we have second and fourth board, 2 whites for Spain. Let's check it out.
Okay.
Here we go. This is board number 2.
Wow. You think that white is going to win? Why not? After all, you've got these extra pawns, but boy, those are some active pieces, right? The rook on b3. I'm going to go with the pawns just because, hey, look, I've got to represent the Pawn Grubbers Association, and I'll say white's going to win, but it's I do recognize that the active black pieces are providing some counter chance. So,
I'm slightly surprised how this is a draw. I mean, according to the engines, at least, why this is equal.
I'm telling you, the engine is on vacation. I mean, it's taking a break. We've stressed it.
Yet somehow, according to the Silicon Bees, this is an equal position. I'm not really sure. Maybe because of this very strong pawn, something like rook c3, knight c4, somehow this pawn runs forward and these pawns don't matter. Well, it's very close, by the way, because the fourth board already has finished in a draw just about as we speak. Iturrizaga has played a draw against Almeida Quintana, at least. This is what
so we're looking at 1.5 with this deciding game, the hero game.
Yeah. But how is it a draw? Anyway, I don't quite understand because
I will go with white. If I was the team captain there, I would say black is the nervous player, let's say.
Right. So this was the fourth board when they agreed to draw. Looks still full of life, but okay. I mean, they decided to call today. So in the end, it is this game. It is this game which is going to decide the game of Cuba against Spain. Very important match, but most likely, I mean, either Spain wins or it's going to be a draw. That's my prediction.
Again, we just have to say that this is a really outstanding performance by Team Cuba. They came in number 30, then, I mean, not in the top 10, not in the top 20, but number 30 and maybe even 32. And they have really won some matches to get themselves on the podium here. They're playing really, really well. And hats off to them. They lost Lanier Dominguez, easily the greatest Cuban player since Capablanca, and they're still performing.
Right. They're doing really well. They have plenty of talented players, and yeah, I'm happy to see them performing well. I think we have to move on, and there's another match which is doing one of the top boards.
Yeah,
Poland against Serbia.
Oh, we haven't really gotten a chance to pay attention to this match. We saw Duda's position.
No, we have not, unfortunately, because I mean, mainly we try to focus on the top boards. From time to time, we do check what's happening on lower boards, but since there's about 200 teams in open, 200 teams in women,
right?
Sometimes it's
hard. It's hard. But we do have Serbia, if I'm reading this right. Serbia's leading.
Right.
Team Poland. Wow.
Who won?
Wow.
I can't immediately find it.
But we have. Yeah.
So, won against Bjorn. Okay.
Yeah. Boards 1 and 2. Duda and Wojciech are still at work. But for the moment, Poland has to make up some lost ground here.
Right, and Duda is definitely not going to win this. He's in danger. He's in danger here because Duda is with the white color. He's down a pawn, and Dinjic is. Remember this crazy? We talked about this, right? A long time ago. Yes, sir. This crazy position with two bishops.
Yes.
The pawn was there.
Yeah, we thought White was doing it right here, right now, and. I'm really, really surprised because we are now in a position where Black is the one in the driver's seat. He's the pawn up and has every right to think that he should be winning this game. Absolutely.
It looks very real, to be honest, because a5, b6, rook b4, a4, b5 might be a bit slow. Maybe this will allow young Krzysztof to escape. So what is happening on the second board? Radoslav Wojtaszek against Vladimir Ivic?
I don't know, but that move rook b5, sorry, just if you don't mind. I'm thinking to myself, if I'm in Black shoes, I'm trying to get the rook behind the A pawn, would it have been wrong for black to have played rook f5 check? King, I don't care, wherever you want to go with your king, help yourself. I'll go rook f8. And I'll tell you exactly what I'm doing. I want to go rook a8, a5, a4, and bang, bang, bang. Yeah, a5, b5, okay, rook there, b8, rook to b8. Maybe
I'm not sure.
King.
I mean, white is also pretty active here.
Yes, exactly. b5, king takes, or something like that.
There could be rook b6, decisive check, yeah?
This is what I was thinking. I was trying to get the rook behind the pawn, but rook b5 is a perfectly fine move. That keeps the white king out of h5 and g6.
And what if I play rook c6? So easy, right? Yeah, so maybe you force me to go into passive defense, but is this even winning at all? Or maybe just g4, h4, g5.
Yeah, and to trade off my extra pawn over there. Did I have to give up my pass pawn on a6? Could I have played in that position that you showed, king, rook c6, a5? But then you go rook a6, a4, and I'm not behind the pass pawn. I get it.
Now I just take it and you're stuck.
Good point. Very, very,
Yeah.
very
I mean,
nice.
super tricky, yeah? It's not easy.
Not easy. Not
easy at all. And that's why rook b5 was played. I'm not saying that rook b5 is the right move, but I understand the motive at least. Why is he doing this? Is there a term for this actually? Yes, or some kind of a ladder, or how do you
yeah, escort. Well, I know the ladder checks. That's like queen b2 check, queen c2 check, queen c3 check, queen d3. A ladder check. That once happened to me. I was victimized by Larry Christensen, the big galoot. He did me a ladder check. But this means this is more like an escort. It's slow, tortoise-like, a5, b6, rook b4, a4, b. It's tortuously slow, but when the pawns get up the board, they're decisive. So yeah, I would think that dude is in trouble. What about board 2?
Right. So the board 2 is Radoslav Wojtaszek against Ivic Velimir.
And again,
that's also bishop endgame, but if somebody's pushing, it's Ivic.
Absolutely. No question about it. That's an extra pawn.
Oh, well, but how do you draw this? By the way, it's not so easy, right?
Bishop to d2 to b6.
Right, a bishop b6. And the point is, black will always have to watch out because the white king wants to go after these pawns. The white king wants to go after these pawns, and this king might be like divided. Where do you want to go? What do you want to guard? The king side, the center?
Well, king g4 will be met by bishop to d8. But if I'm on the white side of this, the thing that I really, really, really want to make sure is that somehow the pawns on h7 and g6 remain on light squares. I mean, the dream for white is that he could go g5 and h4 in one turn. Because then
maybe that's and maybe that's not even relevant because Team Poland is losing. That is clear.
Yes.
So Serbia is winning against Poland. That's, I think, an upset. Actually,
no question about it. Huge upset. Huge upset.
Right. So they're doing really good, have awesome positions, and no stress for them. 3-1, 2.5, 1.5. Big result for Team Serbia. I congratulate all the fans. Things are looking great for you. But yes, sir, we make a break now?
Absolutely. Let's do it. We'll
see you in a couple of minutes.
In a few minutes.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on Chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid and one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
We are back live. 44th World Chess Olympiad, Chennai, India has reached equator. This is round 6. Your calls today are, as usual, so far it's Grandmasters Yasu Servan. I'm Artur Nekshans. We appreciate having you here. Well, the second time control is finally here. And while we are, before we are going to jump into some more games, let's check, Yasser, maybe some of the results.
Absolutely. Let's start with the open section. Boards 6 through 10. Some games still remaining, but we have one result. Team India number 3 taking down 3.5 half. Wow, that's a big score.
That's a strong showing indeed. The biggest one there. Let's check what's happening in the top boards. There's still obviously some games ongoing. You see that the second Indian team is still fighting against
Armenia, but it's a one hero game. And when we left it, we thought Armenia was going to win that hero game. That would tilt the match score 2.5, 1.5, meaning Armenia, who would have thunk it, after 6 rounds would be leading the tournament all by themselves. But again, a lot of games still going on in the boards too. And we do have, by the way, Team USA squeaking once again, but still racking up 2 points over Iran.
And Cuba against Spain has finished in a draw. So, and also we can expect that Poland against Serbia most likely will finish with a victory for the Serbians.
Absolutely. Big result for them as they're sneaking up also in the standings. And in the ladies.
In the ladies, we see that Team Israel has beaten Germany 3-1. I wonder if Dina was playing there, also a well-known streamer. She
Sure.
this year represents Team Israel. Started actually with a loss. I didn't check how she did later.
And we promised our viewers as we were on break, because I actually saw the graphic, and we were going to come back to Ukraine, Romania, and I believe we also had a very nice camera in the playing hall camera of Maria there as well.
So this is, one of the still ongoing games between Romania against Ukraine. Actually, Romania is doing really well. Also in the overall rankings, right? The men's team is pretty strong. There's Daniel Diak. And
Yes.
The women's team is looking incredibly impressive. So there's definitely good things happening in Romania. I'm very happy to see that.
Definitely.
And this is one of the most exciting games so far in the women's tournament, because Bulmaga has been playing a mind-boggling game so far, but Maria is resisting.
No question about it. Now, like something happened there. There was 3 connected pass pawns for white, and it looks to my eyes, as we kind of came in a little bit late here in this game, that if Black is able to play Rook A2 and Rook H2 and captures on A2, there's no guarantee that this is going to work.
Yeah, Rook H2 immediately would be impossible due to bishop f4 check. So
right.
So King E7, Black renews the threat. Rook H2, and the white needs to figure out what to do. And actually, it could be not so easy to meet, because King C3, Rook H2 might just drop the pawn on A2 for no good. And if you play Bishop G1, maybe this is actually the way to play. Bishop G1, because after Rook G4, we have Bishop H3.
True. We can give up the dark square bishop to get the light square bishop, and to once again play with 3 connected pass pawns as opposed to only 2. Should be winning, but like you said it, I think you said it very well. Some work still, some work to be done.
This is why, obviously, Maria Muzychuk and not maybe just Muzychuk, just the best players in the world. They're the best, because they still need to be, delivered.
Now I understand. Sorry to interrupt you. There is a move. There is an idea of just playing bishop to B7 and C5, C6.
All right.
Like if you go Rook A2 check and Rook takes A2, can I just push the? No, that's okay. Check
Where
on
do I position the
C2.
king? I try to figure it out.
King C3,
All right.
C5, yeah.
And I could give a check.
And King D4, just to
King D4.
just to be able to push it. So in my mind's eye, even though I hate giving up this pawn on A2, yes, you've got what's going on, at least in my head. I'm trying to play B4, B5, and Bishop F4, and just escort those two remaining pawns home. Again, still work to be done, and I don't claim that I'm doing it with beautiful technique.
Yeah, so Team Ukraine is trying to keep the lead in the game because this is the fourth game, and if Musicic loses, then everything is going to be decided right here.
Exactly. And you mentioned that White might, when we left this game, that White, if she could maneuver her knight to F5, it would be advantage White. Well, she's done it.
But it did cost a pawn in the process, right?
Exactly.
The pawn is gone.
But okay, knight takes D4.
I want to say it's a draw, but it's very easy to say that, right? I mean,
right. Knight takes D4 will be met by rook to D5. I'm afraid.
Oh, you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that.
And rook D8. Yeah.
Well, if I can't take the pawn, where's the draw? Well, then White is simply worse. If White's going to take the pawn on D4, wait a second.
I mean, it's even material, even in at this moment. But I think White's intentions were to play rook to D3 and threaten to take the pawn. No, sorry, the other rook F3
All right.
D3. I think so.
But you can always play rook C3 and knight E4.
The same variation. I still get pinned down the d-file. You're right, you are. Rook C3. So White is worse, you're right.
White is a lot worse. Actually, I just got confirmation from the bar, and bar says White is a lot worse, like losing worse.
Wow, what a turnaround. Whoa. Holy smokes.
What does it mean for Team Ukraine? So this means that Team Ukraine actually is in danger of losing the match, because despite the fact that they are leading the match with 1.5 against half a point, here Osmak is in some danger, but is it so obvious? Maybe not. I mean, I won't really rate this position as so winning for Black. It just feels maybe slightly better for Black.
Yeah, if I felt, if I had the inkling, some kind of a fear factor going off in my head, I might play the move G4 and think, okay, I'll just take all the pawns off the board and go, no, sorry, knight H6 check, and knight takes G4. I'll just take all the pawns off the board, and I'll make rook and bishop versus rook in the worst. In the worst case. So yeah, it just depends if my spidey sense was tingling and I was feeling that I was losing or desperate.
Either sense is okay.
Yeah. By the way, did you ever have to play rook and bishop versus rook yourself in your experience?
Yeah, I had the pleasure.
You're at the sunny side.
From both sides.
From both sides.
Mainly in accelerated time control games, so I know pretty much well the technique, how to hold it, how to try to win it. Even in classical games, from the weaker side, it's not fun. That I can say.
Yeah.
All right. I think we have to move on. Continue
Please.
with the overview.
I'm getting a request from to the commentators. If we don't mind, could we just take a look at the Bulgarian ladies team? I don't know if they're in the top 10. Our problem is that we're doing our best to focus. There's so many matches, so many exciting matches, but our goal has been to stay in the top 10. Is Bulgarian ladies team in the top 10?
So here's the board. The top board, Salimova Nurgul has played a draw against Corey Daisy.
Okay.
That is the top board. I wonder, yeah, there's the results actually. There you see that the top board has finished on the screen. Third board has
against Peru
won, so Bulgaria is leading actually. So let me try to pull up the second and fourth board for you in a moment.
All righty.
All right. Chumpitas is playing against Gergana Pechova. Huh. White
yeah,
guys
exactly. Crickets. Yeah, it stumped because the spawn on e5 is so great. But at the same time, how are we entering? We're not going king d4 takes d5. How are we entering black's camp? This is not so easy to predict.
Visually, I like white, but there's the problem that you're missing the exchange, right?
To begin with, and then the next problem I'm having is how am I winning the game? Like,
oh, there's really finished and draw, by the way. that is flawless. But it must have happened like pretty much recently, right?
Yeah, it must be a forced repetition.
All right. There was some kind of indeed repetition. So that means it's, what is it? 2 against 1 against Peru. And the fourth board is this. So Antola has a theoretical draw with black against Paridis Bustamante. And that means that Team Bulgaria at the moment is looking to win the match 2.5 against 1.5.
Very good. Congratulations to Team Bulgaria. And if you don't mind, in the open section, there was a hero game, Benjamin Bach, in the match between Netherlands and Georgia. It's 2-1, and it all comes down to the remaining game. And I don't think we've seen Benjamin Bach's position in quite some time.
All right. So we can try the jump.
If you don't mind. Apologies for making you jump from the ladies section all the way to the open.
So here's the Netherlands match. Anish today played a beautiful positional masterpiece, stamp approved by
Tigran
Petrosian, indeed. So 2-1, and the Bok is trying to hold on, I guess. He doesn't need to win this game at all, and Luka Paichaza is looking to equalize the score. Yeah, in the meantime, we got an update, by the way. Team Armenia has won against second team India, and this means Team Armenia are the sole leaders of the 44th World Chess Olympiad after round 6. It's already official.
Our congratulations, because that was such a huge matchup as we were coming in. The excitement between just ourselves was like, palpable. How will the Danger Squad, the Indian teens, do against the experienced grizzly veteran Armenian teams? And we got our answer. I think it's unfair to say upset, but I think Armenia is going to be very, very proud of their squad today.
But despite the fact that Gukesh won the game, right? He's
as
6
well.
out of 6. He's storming towards 2750.
Wow.
It's just, being 16 years old, talk about that. Okay, about this position, Yasser, I have a question. What do you think?
Please.
Can Paichaza equalize it for Team Georgia, or Benjamin should be able to hold it?
I think it's a 3-result game. I wouldn't be surprised if either player won it. But the more you look at the position and you say to yourself, okay, imagine that you were in white shoes and you just wanted to hold it. You go king h2 and bishop f3, and you say to black, okay, your queen is tethered to the f5 pawn. You just don't want to see knight takes f5. Your knights are kind of stuck. Your king, the black king on e7, is kind of stuck. You might want to put your king on h8, but on the other hand, the king is blockading the pawn. So how would black go about winning the game?
I don't know.
Right, exactly. So so I'm sitting there saying, I think Benjamin's going to play king h2, bishop f3, and just say, okay, I'll move back and forth with my bishop. I'm going to go king h2, bishop f3, bishop g2, and give me your best setup. You can't really go d5. You can't really go c5. h5, h4 will probably invite queen takes h4. So I don't see exactly how Black could even go about winning this game. I think it's
right, but he has to, right? And obviously, I think White should be happy with the draw because this would seal the deal for Team Netherlands.
Precisely, it would seal the deal.
I don't think that Benjamin is going to try. I mean, okay, sit and wait to see what happens. If he's going to have a chance, he's going to try to win it, of course. But I mean, draw, fine for the team.
Right.
I'm going to do it. I think any time.
Exactly.
All right.
I think Benjamin's a favorite.
I still would like to check some games of the ladies section.
Please. And again, I apologize that I pulled you away from.
Pulled me away.
Yeah.
You pulled me away. All right. Hey.
By the way, there's a very famous drawing technique here for Black in these situations where you're 2 versus 1. You go rook check, king f4, g5.
Pull it away. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I want to check more games here because the third board is Team Azerbaijan against Kazakhstan. And one of the two teams we haven't really been able to follow so much.
Right.
What's the result? Azerbaijan is actually, how come the result?
Mm-hmm. Azerbaijan leads 2-1 over.
This is the only remaining game, by the way.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
So this is the hero game right here. And does White need to win to tie the match, or does Black need to win, or what's required?
Right. Azerbaijan is leading 2-1, and that means that White is happy with the draw. It's so simple.
White is happy with the draw. So capturing the rook on f7 will allow queen b7 check, something to keep in mind. So the knight on d6 does protect this b7 square. So
actually, it's quite funny, Yasser, right? Look at this. I mean, knight f7, the queen cannot protect the rook.
How awkward.
Right. There's just no way to get to the rook.
Wow. Okay.
Right. So g5, White is storming forward.
Right. Hoping now that a move like knight takes f7 is actually going to work, because we've got queen takes f6 check as a follow through. So the move g5 comes with a little bit of, shall we say, oomph.
Mm-hmm. But White is down 2 pawns. So
that is right.
Maybe there's something real. But how? I mean, if you remove the queen, there's rook a7. There's no rook a7 check. I just take the knight. Maybe it's queen g8.
Well, queen g8, I'll take the rook.
I just take an f7. No. I'm just hallucinating. Okay. There's still an f7. Obviously.
Yeah, that I was thinking that was actually the set, the threat that the move g5 introduced.
Right.
Okay, but here's the question: what if Black were to just capture on g5 and throw caution to the wind? Takes on g5, queen takes g5, rook f6, rook f6, and now
at least knight e4, yeah.
Right, knight e4 for sure. Now again, there's always this queen b7 check business. So after I play, for example, knight d7 against knight e4. So knight e4, knight d7. I still have this queen b. Oh, you take the rook and queen g7. I apologize.
Right. Yeah.
I was thinking. Yeah, and I was thinking I had queen b7 check, and I would recapture the rook. But with the knight on f6, you still have queen g7. So okay, Black has issues. She has to defend after g5. She needs to find a good sequence, a good move.
I mean, tell you honestly, without the context, it's very difficult to jump into this game and like give an eval.
Okay.
I see there's 2 pawns for black. I see white is attacking, and if I have to evaluate, I don't know. I mean, it really depends on very precise calculation. King d7, by the way, is played.
That looks like a very good move, just to get out of these queen takes f6 check variations. Knight takes f7, queen b7 check, picks up the rook.
And still the same knight f7. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, the bar is a bit clunky today, I feel. We cannot trust it.
Don't trust the bar.
Don't trust the evil bar. Yeah, the bar is a bit delayed. All right, this is how the match looks. It's a total mess between Azerbaijan and Balabayev. You know, I think it can go either way. The game is a complete mess.
Mm-hmm.
White is sort of attacking, very inspired chess, but black also has counter chances. This king d7, I also like it, like you said, yes, sir. It's nice.
The best chance for black, this move, king g7. But once again, white only needs a draw to clinch victory in the team in the match. Isn't that the case?
Yeah, black. White needs only a draw. Indeed, white needs only a draw.
So can we play g6 for just a moment? g6.
e6.
Rook has to go to e7, I think. And g7. No, I'm not getting there yet. There is queen g8. For some reason, I wanted to play.
Engine is laughing at us. You know.
I know. For some reason, I wanted to go rook to a7 check and queen h8. King takes queen h8. And I thought I was being a hero, but I think I'm being a fool. Queen takes g7. Ooh.
Right.
Yeah, now like wait a minute. There's a 3 pawns and a knight versus a rook. No me gusta. I don't like it.
Very crazy game. I think we are going to use this opportunity now to.
Am I reading this right? Australia, Norway, Australia leads 2-1. John Ludwig Hammer is lost again. Oof.
I think we have to check it out. So again, it's the match where Magnus Carlsen, by the way, he has scored a victory over Anton Smirnov, playing a beautiful defensive game.
Mm-hmm.
And the only remaining game is the final board, Christensen against Don.
And that's the hero game because Norway lost on boards 2 and 3. Uh-oh.
Wow. For the final game, this is really something, right?
Uh-oh.
No, but what should be somehow winning, right? I mean, you can.
It has to be. What?
Oh, is this a draw?
This is a draw, I would be stunned. I am stunned if this is a draw.
How is this a draw? It can't be a draw. They need to equalize. How is this a draw? I mean, if this is a draw, if he played a draw, better avoid the teammates. Because
you gotta sneak into the hotel.
Because the second board, Arin Tari lost against Koi Bakarov. Jan Ludwig Hammer just lost against Bobby Chang. Was this some kind of repetition? Just a second. How is this?
Yeah, I do see the bouncing back and forth there, 3-time repetition. My first thought is
completely winning.
Yeah, my first thought is white is completely winning. How did white blunder a draw?
So 96. Rook g4 is a big blunder, apparently. Let me check what is the best move here. Not rook g4, anything but rook g4. So, for example, rook h4.
Okay.
Now knight g5, you just play rook f4. And now after knight e6, there's some checks. Maybe give a check. I mean, this is not very easy. It's not easy, right? I mean, definitely you can misplay it. And what happened here is that he played rook g4, which is a normal move. It's a normal move. It's something you want to do, right? I mean, keep the rooks close. knight g5. Now this rook needs to defend the pawn on f2. Rook f4, knight e6. Now this rook is under attack. There's no checks, no nothing. You cannot leave this pawn unprotected. This is how they did it. He blundered trefoil repetition. I mean, he blundered the draw.
Wow. Wow. I thought the rooks were going to win this game. I really did.
Maybe let's check the Norwegian team cards. Here we go, right? So that is obviously the team spearheaded by the current world champion, Magnus Carlsen. He's got this time very serious help. Arjen Tari, Jon Ludvig Hammer, who lost today actually, both, and Christiansen have become a hero of the Norwegian team, and it was not meant to be.
Not meant to be. Wow.
Big blow to Norwegian chances to get a medal.
Definitely. Wow. Ooh, I said they could sneak their way back into the competition despite having given up a draw and a loss in the match point category. This loss, I think, definitely will knock them off the podium. Their chances of medaling as a team have just
no, it doesn't look great at all, right? This is already 2 losses at a draw after 6 rounds. That is not great.
No,
not great at all.
That will not do it. Not at all. Yikes. What else do you have for us?
Congratulations to Australian fans, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well done indeed. Team Australia is looking good.
Right. So maybe we check once again the top boards.
Mm-hmm.
If there's an update, I see Team India #1. Krishna Sashikaran is still battling, and here you see the current results. It's 1.5 against half a point against Uzbekistan, but Sashikaran has been struggling for a while. And the second board, which is still ongoing here, Sashikaran, I mean, mainly because this pawn on e4, he has some issues with the position.
Right.
And the second board is this, where...
Yeah, this was this interesting night ending. We felt that black was the one for choice, but if the game did end in a draw, we weren't going to be stunned by it, but just that we... Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's move back to the board 4. So, yeah, this is the board 4. So board 2 looks like quite equalish. So India is at least 2-1. And Vakidov here is trying to be the hero for the team. He has to play it. He is going to play it. And also look at Sashikaran's clock. It's not great, right? I mean, it's some pleasant position. It's 30 seconds. Position is incredibly unpleasant.
Right. And now our camera has moved to board 2.
And we have now view on the board 2. Let's jump back to that since we are going there where our camera is taking us.
Right.
There you go.
We're being led around the hall, by our cameraman, here. Okay, knight e6 check. Well, this is a relief because, again, in these endings, I always like to be the one with the active king. Just compare the kings for a moment. White king on e4, black king on d6. I feel like with the active king, I'm going to be fine. And now once I see this move king e4, I start to think that black has whatever chances he had kind of slipped away.
What about b5?
Take it.
f4 and something like along the way of a4.
Yeah, now I think it's time to get my knight over there. Knight f5 check, knight to e3. And then, if I can get my knight to the b4 square or...
Oh, yes, that'll be great.
That would... Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking too. That would be great for white if he could do this. So we'll keep our eyes on this. Sorry. The team scores, there they are. Okay.
Right. Yeah,
so many results have already come through, though. Team USA once again winning against Iran, but that huge score of Armenia, who would have guessed I think you could have parlayed in an enormous bet that after 6 rounds, who would lead the open section. And if you had bet on Armenia, I think you would have gotten great odds.
Yeah, I mean, that is a bit surprised, to be honest.
Right.
Some people did expect that second team of India, including myself, is going to do really well. They're
Right.
still doing well.
They are.
They are, but they just lost today. And
But they're no longer at first. Yes. I think that this Olympiad, by the way, again, it's sort of like an Olympiad with a lot of different stories. And the first and most incredible story for me is that the Olympiad is taking place in India at all. Originally it was going to be in Minsk. Then it moved to Russia.
That part is actually quite confusing.
It's in Moscow.
Yeah.
And then there was the Paralympics were going to be in Kanti. And then because of the whole situation with the Ukraine, FIDE had to cancel the event in Russia and Moscow and said, please, can anybody step up? And India, with just only a few months, has organized a magnificent event where they've stunned the world with record-breaking attendance and the introduction of the torch, and the 3 teams. So a lot of stories going on, and now Armenia is leading the event. Crazy.
Yeah, and the first reviews that came in from the players, I mean, Twitter was literally exploding with the positive reviews, like, it's so great, the hotel is so great. We had a lot of volunteers greeting us at the airports. I mean, chess fans were taking selfies with the chess players, and there's even a bridge in Chennai colored in the colors of a chessboard. I mean, look at that, right?
Right.
And all of the teams are accommodated in very high-end hotels. So, I mean, it's just awesome.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe while we're talking about it, I think it's a good idea, talking about Indian Olympiad, etc. We could check again this amazing, beautiful video compilation from the inauguration ceremony.
Let's do it.
I wish I was there, Yasser, to be honest.
I know. I feel like I missed out too. I mean, we're both losers. We should have been in Chennai. A very, very nice opening ceremony going on there. Very special moment to see, Vishy Anand carrying the torch. Nice. We're in this. Sorry.
No,
yeah, I was about to say, we're in this interesting knight and pawn endgame. A crucial match between Uzbekistan and India. It feels more and more, though, like the game is heading towards a draw. That White was in difficulties earlier, less so now.
Right. It looks quite equalish. So this is the featured board we have chosen for the moment. We have the
Yep.
camera feed. You can see the players
Exactly.
playing it out.
That's
Yes, sir, I was thinking about this torch new element.
relay.
I mean,
Yeah.
we talked about this, I think, a couple of days ago. From time to time, also we mention it. I think this is quite a big thing, right? For some reason, World Chess Olympiad, I mean, it's a separate thing apart from the Olympics. It never had this tradition.
That's
And
right.
Indians took over the Olympiad, like you said, in the past months. They did a wonderful job. And this is a new tradition. So Vishy Anand was the patron of the Olympiad. He is the patron of the Olympiad, and the torch was carried in 75 Indian cities, popularizing chess. I mean, marketing the Olympiad. What do you think, Yasa? Could we see something like this in the next Olympiads, like the torch being carried, let's say, from India through countries to countries, and finally arriving, let's say, in the next one in Budapest?
For me, Arturs, I would say I certainly hope so. I mean, it really is cool. I mean, what did they say? 75 cities across 10,000 kilometers and more. The Olympic. I mean, it's a great way to bring awareness in the nation that there is an Olympic taking place. It's going to happen in Chennai. It's really cool. And then chess is just, rolled across the country. And it's something that we never had it in the past. And I never really paid attention to it. In previous broadcasts, I mentioned that it was only in Barcelona when an ailing, Parkinson-ridden Muhammad Ali handed the torch that I said, wow. Okay, now it hit me. Now I get it. It's special, and it was very sweet that chess has introduced it. That it's now introduced into chess.
And there was another tradition, by the way, Yasa. Did you see in this opening ceremony that the players were walking and greeting everybody else? I don't really recall this being done before, because this is like an Olympic thing, right? So every single team goes out, waves to everybody. I think that was really, really amazing. And I remember still the thrill. I think it was 2016. Yeah, World Chess Olympiad in Baku. And every single country was mentioned like with a flag. So you feel really, really special. But imagine walking out there, right? So
and I feel bad for myself, actually. I played in 10 Olympics. What was my last one was maybe Bled. I'm not 100% sure what my last one is, maybe Bled. And it was sort of like, instead of, as you say, going out in front of a stadium full of people, representing the flag and carrying it, it was more like, did my bus arrive at the hotel in time? I was just kind of checking in, as opposed to really being cognizant or aware of these great opening ceremonies. And again, the opening ceremony profile that we just saw really snaps you and go, wow, the Indians really have made it extra special.
Right. I think this probably then will be widely regarded as one of the best Olympiads. So for the moment, I'm not really sure if he would have to rank the Olympiads, if that is really a fair contest. In my humble opinion, I mean, I've been only in 6 Olympiads starting from year 2000. Baku Olympiad stands out for me.
Yeah, for me, that was really outstanding. I was the captain there for the ladies team of the United States. But for me, in my playing experience, I want to say, was 1986 Dubai. That was something just breathtaking. And the Emiratis, our hosts, they just went to town. The food was off the wall, crazy good. The playing conditions were awesome. It was like this enormous convention center. And when I say they had a team of volunteers, I mean they had thousands of volunteers. They wore these bright shirts so that you could say, excuse me, could you do this? Wait. And it was just a fabulous time. On top of that, what what really stood out for me about Dubai was that the round is over, right? That's it. Round is over. You go back to your hotel, you prepare your games, whatever. No, in Dubai, they really had this awesome, I want to say, food court / disco / social bar place where we could all go and meet all of these teams from all over. So like there was this literally this party place. This I don't even know what to call it, an Olympic house that you could just go and hang out with and meet a lot of people. So it was socially, it was a really great Olympiad, and that's what stood out for me about Dubai.
Right. Yeah. Every Olympiad obviously is very special.
Something special. Yeah.
Right. That's.
And by the way, there was one game, Poland, the Duda versus Alexander. So that's Poland-Serbia, by the way. Serbia leads. Duda needs to win, but I think when we left it, Duda was trying to draw.
And he's never going to win that, obviously, with a G-pawn.
No.
So the only one who is trying to press something here is Injic.
Right.
But yet somehow the problem is the B pawn, right? As soon as you play B5, Rook A7. Wait, is it really so obvious now? If I play now.
Sorry. Okay, it is white to move. Sorry, because I was about to say, does A2 not win?
Right, A2. How is this a draw? Just a second. Take it.
King E8.
And I play here. How is this a draw? Just King G. No, wait. King G6. I go over the rook. How is this not a draw?
Right. Could you do a series of checks? Maybe drive the black king all the way towards the queen side, so that when you win the rook, yeah, something like that. Right there, check, king there, right, queen takes
that's
6,
how it's done.
And G6, right? And usually it's just by a tempo, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always these endings are just so in your narrow window. You're on the precipice of defeat, and you can just save the game.
So that is
a beautiful.
That is actually the final game. So Injic, of course, he's not going to risk anything. He's just trying out. But the thought in his mind is always not mess it up, don't blunder something, right? I mean,
right.
The team is gonna,
kill me.
Meet me in a dark alley.
Yeah. Beatings will commence sharply at 9 o'clock.
I think this game is about to wrap up. So here you see that Duda, of course, he knows that he's managed to save the game. He's double checking, but the team is losing.
Yeah.
So there's no joy.
No joy, but I tell you, it was close there. It could have easily been a disaster for Team Poland. Losing 2.5, 1.5, you kind of, okay, but 3-1 hurts on just so many levels.
Yeah, so final trick, King D6, Rook B6, precise move. Not to allow the king to stay close to the G pawn. As soon as the black king is going to go King C5, King C7. White goes away.
Right.
I think we just wait for this game to finish, because there's not much to see, to be honest. Maybe we could see the players in action. There's even a better view. So 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute left. I give it a couple of moves. Maybe they agree on a draw right here. I mean, okay, maybe he can try to play it out, win the rook, and then white is going to show the perfect technique, shouldering the king.
Right.
So the shouldering the king, in case you're wondering what's that, this is the shouldering the king. So instead of King G6, which makes no sense, you play King E6 and you take away some of the squares from the black king to get closer. So exactly. A1 queen, take it, and exactly G6. So the king cannot get close. And here, King F7, here, G7, final trick, king g6, and there's no progress.
Exactly.
I think this is what's going to happen.
Well, in fact, he's not even going for that rook. It just seems like they're going back and forth between d6 and d7 as we've been talking there.
I think it's also like a psychological game, right? I mean, of course, Injic is probably fine with a draw, and he knows the team is winning, but you want your opponent to suffer for it, right? Or you work for it, work for the draw, right? Sure, I'm happy with the draw. Maybe I had some winning chances, but all that matters is the team result.
Exactly. By the way, from our views of the game, I really think that Coca-Cola should be sponsoring the Chess Olympiad, because that Coca-Cola can has been on screen for at least 10 minutes here. And there we go. We are getting that rook and pawn, rook versus pawn ending that you described.
It's on the screen. It's being played out very quickly. They already know nothing is going to happen there.
No.
Right. Well, anyway, well-deserved victory for the Serbian team.
Team Serbia, well done. No question about it. That's an impressive success, I must say.
Yes, sir. I have a question to you.
Please.
Obviously, you've been in this situation, so everybody knows that the score sheet in general has 60 moves.
Yes.
So I have a feeling there's an unwritten rule. Don't mess up the second score sheet if you don't have to. So what do I mean? You feel the game is approaching a finish, and you look at the score sheet, there's 57, 58, 59, and if you can finish the game, you try to finish the game before the first score sheet is finished. Why is this? Because then you take the second score sheet. You have to write first name, last name, country, kilo, date, blah, 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 blah. You write all of these things. You make one move, and then you shake hands.
Right.
It's a waste of time.
Interesting that you should put it like that, because funnily enough, I had the opposite view. So one of the things that I always tried to do in my career is sign my name, like with a flourish, what we would call the John Hancock signature, that it's very visible and clear, and if you will, beautiful. I want when somebody says, "Could I have your autograph, Yasser?" I go, "Sure." I don't want to go YS, right? Like a kid's been waiting a half an hour for a signature where I just initial. So I try to make it really nice. Now, if my first score sheet is completely filled up, there's this little tagline at the bottom where somehow I've got to make my beautiful signature into this little narrow gap. On the other hand, if I had the second score sheet that was basically wide open, I'd sign from moves 10 to move 30 wasn't enough space. So usually those score sheets where I have two score sheets, my signature looks really good.
Right.
On the second one.
Seeing the final phases, the final moves of this game. The G pawn is unstoppable. Yeah, they're already winning the second score sheet.
There you go.
There you go. Draw agreed.
Well done. Well done. Bravo, Serbia.
Well, Injic should be happy, right?
Yeah.
Should be very happy. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, again, he was we thought he had a difficult position. He somehow managed to get into a rook and pawn endgame that was likely winning for him, but securing a team victory over Poland, that's a darn good day at the office. Wow. And there we have it. Is our open section. We see big shocking result, but strong result for Armenia.
Right. And I feel like we have to go back once again to the Team India, because Krishnan Sashikuran is on the verge.
Suffering.
I'm sorry?
He's suffering. When we left it, he was suffering.
Yeah, the suffering has come to the finish. I think, because black has established two connected passed pawns, somehow combining with mate threats.
Yep.
I'm seeing queen f4, rook g2 ideas. I'm seeing d3, d2 ideas. I'm seeing rook f1 ideas. This pawn is probably irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm seeing bishop takes g2 and rook takes g2, queen f4 ideas as well. You're just mentioning how many ways to skin the cat here.
And rook f1, rook g1, there should be a mate somehow, right?
Exactly.
Somehow, I'm not sure how really, but
queen f3 check, king h2, rook f2. Yeah, that's the way.
Brilliant. I think that's already forced me.
Yep, that's the problem. Excuse me.
So what does it mean? It means that here Uzbekistan is about to equalize the match. India, Uzbekistan, first team, most likely is going to finish in a draw, because what we did not see in the background is that Vidit Gujrathi against Yakuboyev, that did make a draw. So this night end game, couple of pawns, it finished in a draw.
Right, as expected.
As expected. So a lot of matches are wrapping up.
Ooh, I just noticed for the first time that black has a cruel move here. Again, bishop g2. I was almost thinking rook h3 might be made, but he does have the very cruel move h5. This rook on g4 needs to protect g2. The move h5 just kind of nudges the rook away, and that also could be one of many wins for black.
Right. So once again, let's test it. I mean, what was it? Bishop takes on g2, right? That looks very straightforward. There's no checks. I see no checks.
Checks.
Check. King g1 is a mate.
Yep.
You cannot take it. That's another queen.
And
That's very straightforward.
That is it.
That is it. So while we're at it, I think that this match is going to finish very quickly. Maybe we are going to even get the camera for you. But while we do that, I think we're going to make one more final break.
Okay, and then we can kind of sum up a very eventful round, reminding everybody tomorrow is a free day where we were not personally invited to the Bermuda party, but we regret not being able to join everybody for the Bermuda party this evening. Tomorrow's a free day. Then the coverage will, and we do have, by the way, the bishop g2 sacrifice.
And maybe let's wait first for the game.
Yeah.
And then we go into the break, right? It's such a nice
view. It
such
is
a nice
beautiful
view. So there you go.
Kudos to our production team in Chennai, India, for bringing us these images. King h1, as you said, rook g1, king g1 would be walking the mate.
I like it actually what Krishnan is doing here. He is allowing black to carry out the mate so that everybody understands what's the idea. Of course, he knows there's a mate.
Mm-hmm.
So what did he play? Oh, there was something else.
Rook takes g2. It looks like rook takes g2 actually appeared on the board. King takes g2, and I guess queen f3 check will be.
That's a resignation, right?
Oh, rook g3 check. Sorry.
Right, that's the resignation. So it's official. Team Uzbekistan managed to pull back, escape on the fourth board, winning on demand. Vakhidov, great game against Ashkaran. And more teams are losing more points. So that's why, once again, Team Armenia's lead is with a perfect score is just stunning.
Exactly. And whether you're in a team competition or an individual competition, and you're on a hot streak and you're just belting out those victories, and you're looking around and your rivals are all making draws against one another. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. You're doing great. Nice. Well done. And again, we're going to be taking a break, and we're going to come back and sum up another thrilling round 6.
See you soon.
That's one of my goals with chess. More people play chess than those that play football. Like, millions of people play chess around the world. So why not, why isn't it more mainstream in terms of pop culture and stuff like that, Yeah. So that's one of my goals with chess, just to make it to where people actually enjoy watching chess and being a part of the chess community.
Perched as the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Maria Muzichuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Maria will play the top board. Maria isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Muzichuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a gold medal for the first time since 2006. A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
Welcome everybody. Namaste, dosto. As they say in India, we are happy to have you back. Your hosts today are Yasa Serva and Artur Nations. You just saw how Maria Mazachuk managed to escape at a draw. Yasser.
Stunning. We really had, well, goodbye. It was finished. You're losing, but she fought tenaciously to save that. As we were coming back from a break, we were gonna go through the open section scores. Let's just do that very quickly and then return to the ladies' game for a moment, because we do have results on the top 5 boards.
Yeah, we do that. And there you see that Team Armenia in the open section has beaten India. Now they're the sole favorites. And the first team of India is slightly behind, but still within the contention. Team USA is slowly climbing up. So let's check what is happening in the more boards, boards 6 to 10. And we saw some upsets actually. Okay, here Norway is not in the list because Team Norway lost the match.
Right.
Australia, so every day more surprising results. Netherlands for a victory. Right. And India 3 is climbing to the top.
Yeah, 3.5. Now let's jump to the ladies' games for just a moment, because there you see that's the final position with the extra bishop and extra pawn for white. But as we know, it's a complete draw. Once black's king gets in front of the pawn on the a8 square, there's no promoting the pawn, and Maria saves a half point.
That was quite incredible, because it felt that, I mean, this position should be somehow technically winning, right? You need to play it with a great care. And I had a feeling she simply forgot. She simply forgot about this possibility that black can sacrifice the exchange for the rook, right?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not saying that this is a trivial win. I'm not saying that, but it feels that those 2 bishops and the passed pawn somehow should be able to do the job. Maybe not, maybe I'm wrong, but here Mazachuk was able to pull a very miraculous escape.
No question about it. That was, chess can be a cruel game. 5-6 hours of absolute, pushing at the board, and one slip, and all your efforts from all of the past 6 hours gone. You just threw it all away. And you have another game of the Romania-Ukraine match up on your screen.
I think it already is finished. Yeah, all the games are finished because
Romania 2-2. Wow.
2-2. Big result, but you can't help but feel that Romania was so close.
Yes, precisely so.
So close to win.
And other big results. What has happened with India in the ladies?
Indian team, they had a confident win, I believe, 3-1 against Georgia. So the followers,
big result.
Right? They share the points. And Team Azerbaijan beat Kazakhstan. Wow, what a sweep!
Sorry, we don't have the graphic up. I'm just seeing the position.
So Team Azerbaijan beat Kazakhstan 3-1.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, and Poland swept away Serbia 4-0. Very, very impressive.
Whoa! You don't see those huge scores this late in the tournament. Serbia had a letdown to lose 4-0. That's huge.
Right, and
Netherlands gets past France 3-1. That's impressive.
If you could check board 6 to 10, this is one of the still highest matches games ongoing. Israel beat Germany 3-1, but there we have it apparently already finished. Okay.
Hold on, England is losing. Sorry. England is losing 0-3 to Armenia. That's a shock.
Let me try to pull it up. There should be still one more
game. Wow. What happened to England today? Sometimes it's almost like a collective letdown. I don't even know how to express it. Like everybody just fell out of bed and clunk. Everybody had a bad play.
Right. Just a second. Give me a moment. I'm going to try to
Sure.
pull up who is still playing because I can't immediately see. Second board also lost. Just a second. Third board, so it must be the fourth board, of course.
There's
the fourth board.
Whoa.
No. Everything's
Somebody's winning. I just don't know who it is, but somebody's winning.
I mean, black has like an extra piece. No, this looks like a victory to black. Just play queen e3 there, and that's an extra piece in a pawn, right?
Exactly.
All right. So this means most likely, if this game's still ongoing, this means it's going to be 3-1. Still major result. Major result for Armenians.
No question about it. That's a very, very big result. Again, this late in the tournament, you start to see more of the favorites colliding. The teams are much, much more evenly matched. You don't get those lopsided victories, but a 4-0 victory that I saw earlier. Wow.
It should be. I'll go check out the.
There we see the playing hall. Going out. A good time to maybe get in one of the CTAs about upcoming events coming down the pike, Arturs?
Yeah, just
it's a completely different file
now.
Hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe while we're checking on that, before let's check perhaps the schedule of the tournament, because there's one thing we have to remind you.
I'm gonna fade it out.
One thing we have to remind you is that tomorrow we are going to have a rest day.
Yes, we are. That's our only rest day, in fact, for the whole Olympiad. 6 games to begin the Olympiad and then 5 to finish.
And every single day we started as usual at 11:30 Central European Summer Time, which is 2:30 a.m. Pacific. So tomorrow's a rest day, and we are gonna be back every day the same time. And then the final round, 11th round, is gonna be slightly earlier at 6:30 Central European Summer Time, and maybe
but you
slightly
didn't
more.
tell me it was on screen.
Slightly more manageable time for the Americans.
Well, one of those situations that the last round is always played early in order to accommodate the closing ceremony. So all the rounds start at the same time, with the exception of the final round.
Yeah, talking about that collegiate championship, right? There's one thing I would like to mention is that Chess.com has prepared another event for you, and that is the collegiate chess league. So once again, Chess.com is very proud to announce the fall 2022 and spring 2023 collegiate chess league seasons in partnership with NACE Star League. Make sure to sign up to represent your school in Premier Chess League for college students and for $50,000 prize fund.
Nice. Tell you, the whole university and the whole scholarships, I mean, that is just transformative. Again, when I was applying to the university, I said I was the champion of Washington State for all ages. And they said that and the tuition will get you into school. I got no respect. Now you're a grandmaster, and boy, you get it all, a whole free ride. It's fantastic. It's really, it's changed a great deal. So as we wrap things up for today, this round 6, I just want to give a shout out. Let's tip our hats this was a really extraordinarily good performance by Team Armenia to be undefeated, win all of their matches, and stand at the very, very top of the leaderboard. Bravo. Just simply bravo, Armenia.
Yeah, well done. Well done. And do we have some predictions? Who they're going to face the day after tomorrow?
I suspect it's going to be Armenia, USA, but I can't be absolutely sure of that.
Right. Anyway, it was an absolute pleasure. Dear viewers, everybody who watched it, don't forget to come back the day after. So tomorrow is a rest day. Don't mix it up. Everybody's taking a rest, including us. So we'll be back in action on Friday. Slightly different team this time, but hope you like it. And I guess this is a goodbye from us.
Absolutely, Arturs. It's been my pleasure working alongside you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Big shout out to our chat, our audience. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. Tell everybody where you're hanging out. Let your friends know. And we'll see you on the other side of the free day. Thank you. And again, Artur, it's been my pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. Likewise.
Bye-bye.
I mean, it's always such a pleasant working with you, Yasser. I look forward to do it again. Yeah. All right.
Lovely.
Take care, everybody. See you in 2 days.
Good night.
Bye.